And it's a warm welcome to day 2 of the Summerset National Mixed Pairs. We're here at, well, it is a very sunny Alexandra Bowling Club. And with me, Steve Beale, the Facilities Manager at Bowls NZ. Steve, you've got to just be loving this beautiful, fine weather all around Central Otago. We've got 13 clubs and the headquarters here at the Alexandra Bowling Club.
Yeah, it's clear blue sky out there today, and it's that wonderful dry Central Otago heat that we've been waiting for it. It's a wee bit of a slow start, but it's great to have the weather gods with us today for sure.
And who have we got on here? We can see the teams coming up there. We have, is it a husband and wife team?
Yeah, the Baileys, Piers and Emma from the Christchurch Bowling Club up in Christchurch, obviously.
Is that the oldest bowling club in the country?
They claim to be.
Contentious?
They claim to be, but I think the Auckland Bowling Club might have something to say about that. And they are wearing the black shirts, or the darker shirts down there, versus the blue shirted side of Ray Leedon and Joyce Egerton from the local sides. They're a composite side. Ray plays out of this club, Alexandra, and Joyce is an Arrowtown girl. And so they've just got together apparently.
Okay, well that's
for this event.
I have to tell you that I just went to Arrowtown Bowling Club for the first time.
Stunning,
and, with Brendan Walton, and we did a little drive. We recorded a few still shots and a nice couple of shots there, looking across the greens with the mountains in the background, and I have to say it was fantastic. Just
stunning.
Beautiful. Well, prior to that, we'd also been up to Queenstown.
Yeah.
And again, another stunning, beautiful location for a bowls club, sports club. The tennis club there, I played on that at one stage. You've got a number of just the gardens, as it's called. Just stunning location. As we see here, Emma Bailey with the, what do we call it, speckled green ball?
The green speckled bowls with the white discs. So the Baileys are playing with the white discs. And they're blue speckle, green speckle. And the Ray Leedon's playing with solid blue Green Master Premiers.
Oh.
And Joyce is Back to the Future stuff, playing with a very old set of Tiger 2s, black.
Tiger 2s. Now describe what makes them different to some of the other bowls.
The Tiger 2s will be probably 1 yard to 2 yards wider on the arc than the other bowls. That's the way the bowls were made way back in the day. You know, these bowls are something out of last century, literally.
So are they used by many people anymore?
A few people still use them, but they're coming into their own on the artificial greens, where the greens are just that wee bit slower, and they're just looking for a bit of an arc more than the modern bowl will take.
Is that one stopped?
Yeah, in the ditch.
No, yeah, in the ditch, okay. Yeah, it got stopped. And how would you say that, from what you've seen, how are these greens here at the Alexandra Bowling Club, how are they playing?
They're playing good.
Are they faster or slower?
They're fast.
Right.
You know, like I was out at, just wandering by there, I was out at Waipiata yesterday.
Right.
And, you know, like it was run about 21 seconds, which is extremely quick. It's just put the bowl on the ground and go shoo, and it gets up to the other end. Where this is running about 16 and a half.
So I've seen the Nehemiahs, they played on this green yesterday, and today they're at Queenstown, which is artificial.
Yeah.
So how does that change for them? What do they have to...
So in terms of bowls effort, to get them up on this natural green, very little effort because the green is fast.
Right, and then to switch today...
To switch to the carpet, which would be running probably 16-ish, there's more effort required to get the bowl from point A to point B.
So that's really for a number of the competitors, whether it was in the 4s last week to the mixed pairs this week.
Yeah.
Some of them have been to 3, perhaps 4 different clubs. I mean, they've loved it.
And
because they
different surfaces as well.
Yeah.
Because up here, most of the greens are either Mania Toto greens.
Right.
But they've also got starweed greens, which tend to run even faster than the Mania Toto. So that's where you're getting your 21 seconds sort of stuff going. And the other thing that trips a few people up in Central is that a lot of the greens are, I'd term baby greens, because they're not. Most greens are 36.6 from ditch to ditch.
Right.
A lot of these Central greens are only 33 metres. So you take 3 metres off.
Yeah, that's a decent amount, isn't it?
Yeah, and it just changes your aiming points, aiming lines, your comfort around it.
I've got to tell you, speaking to some basketballers and say some of the breakers and tall blacks, I spoke to them about shooting when you're in, say, the North Shore Event Centre, which is closer in, to shooting when you say at Spark Arena, which is much bigger spans around it. I said, I know the distance is the same on the court. However, when you've got that
visual thing,
behind you, and they said, it does actually take a little while. You try and block that out and acknowledge that you're going just for the hoop and just for the backboard. And then I remember talking to Michael Venus, New Zealand tennis player, playing on one of the outside courts at the US Open, to getting on Arthur Ashe.
Yep.
Now, Arthur Ashe is like a stadium. Here we go. Just look at this. Not quite. Well, it's not bad,
that
though.
would be shot, I would think.
You think that is the shot? And the camera angle there, the opinion is we're not really too...
I think the last bowl in by was the Whites, the Baileys. So Piers probably, I think, is drawn shot.
A little too early to tell just yet, but so far they're looking quite good.
Yep. Well, they're just feeling out the green. They're on a ditch rink, so the pace of the green in terms on the ditch side will be quicker.
Okay.
Because it's the most walk-through part, that's
a good
of the
point.
green. So, and all the bowls have been coming down the backhand side there. So,
we're just talking about the expense there. A tennis player, that one just clicks off. Tennis player like Michael Venus playing from the outside courts of the US Open to getting on Arthur Ashe, which is nuts. Yeah. It's 23,000 people around a tennis court and just goes straight up. But the space around the court at the back and everywhere is so totally different. I said, how'd you handle that? He said, I don't think much sometimes on court. But what he did, he said, no, it does take a little while to get used to, because the noise is totally different as well.
Yeah.
Let alone the actual sight lines. And here, I guess if you're playing at what would be the biggest bowling club? I mean, we're talking about age, and we've got a couple disputing that, but which one would be the biggest one around New Zealand?
Probably most expensive one where I can think of is Howick. Where they've got 3 natural greens, 2 artificials. So there's 5 greens there. Oh, he's given it a wee flick, and
has he
got
changed
1
things there? Oh, I just have to have a look at that angle again. It's
he's either 1 down or a lot. The black bowl you would back to be the shot there, but I've been caught out so often on TV with these things. We need to get Tamara to bring back the circles that we had that time.
The circle, I don't know if they were really had
they're
that for the...
They're not that movable, unfortunately. It's fine if you've got a fixed point jack. That's a good effort, just sliding by. Okay, let's see what's happening here.
Yes, so Steve...
quite clearly.
First end.
Okay, the Baileys got it, so that black bowl coming in with all the dark blue.
So we're getting the Baileys with, is that
be one shot for
one? Okay.
Sound of that.
And just a little scoreboard alteration there.
Yeah, we'll flip that.
Yes, we've got to flip that one around.
There we go.
There we go.
We have the technology. We're not only commentating, folks, we're also doing the scoreboard. So the blind leading the blind here.
It is. The technology's there. The skill using it perhaps is not.
Not so much.
And I can see a few lines there of how the balls come around on the green there. You can just see the curve.
See, that was well outside those normal marks that you can sort of see with the diamond in. That's indicative of raised bowls, whilst the Greenmaster Premiers, they are early Greenmaster Premiers, so they were last century ones as well. So,
what about the cost? if I wanted to go to a store and say I'd like some bowls.
Yep, brand new. I think Aero coming at the cheapest at about 740.
Right.
And then Taylor's is another good brand, they're into the early 800s. Greenmasters, Henselites, another good brand.
Okay, so if I didn't want to spend that much then, and however I wanted to go to a bowling club and learn, so it takes it through.
Super swoop. Took it a long way.
Oh, everybody has to reset now, don't they?
Yep.
I mean, it's
well
early
off
stages.
Yes, well off the centre line, so it's and it's also might make that ditch hand virtually unplayable to get back.
What does this mean to where you would regularly stand on the mat then? Do you move
You
yourself
just
around?
change your aiming point. You bring that in. Generally, you try and change one thing. Yeah, if you miss, change the line or change the weight. Depends which one whatever you missed. But if you start to try and guess the line and weight again, you got two chances to get things wrong.
So if I decided to play and I rocked up to your bowling club in Tauranga,
Yep.
said I'm not too keen on spending $800 just yet.
Yep.
I want to see how good I can be or what I should actually choose.
Yep.
Would I then be able to use some bowls?
A lot of clubs have club bowls.
Right.
A lot of bowlers, will lend sets. And there's a very healthy trade me market around for bowls and bowls equipment that you require. So, the opportunity to pick up a second-hand set for $300-400 is there.
And why would they be second-hand? Is it because people just move on to something else?
It's a bit like golf clubs and tennis rackets. You want the latest and greatest, so it just leaves the other ones behind.
But do the latest bowls, are they that much better than the one a couple of years ago?
Personally, no.
Right. However, we have been talking about bowls that are older.
Yeah, but like the big attraction now is colours and colour options. As you would have seen, we've got out here with Joyce, solid black 1980s bowl, and I'm not too sure what's been on TV too much, but you can get bowls now with 7 or 8 colours in them.
John Macbeth despises the ones that have a strip around, and when they roll, like in Australia.
Oh, that's just John being old.
That's just John being old-fashioned. He said, imagine if you had, epilepsy or something like that. I'm like, well, okay. But John, you seem to be fine right now. He said, in Australia, they're, green and gold, and they've got a strip around them, and it keeps on changing colours, and it looks as though you've got strobe lighting. He's very irate about that.
Oh, yeah, but John's...
They're not welcome at the Raumati Club.
No.
He said no.
No, well, if John probably had his way, they'd still have a hitching post out there and hide their horses up because they haven't learned to drive cars.
We'll be getting a text from him very shortly.
No doubt. Better have his SSI card on him too.
All right, well, I'm going to be in Tauranga in a couple of weeks commentating beach volleyball, so I might call in for a little bit of a go. Yeah,
let's set that up, and we've got a very good club in the Mount there. It's a full cosmopolitan club with 2 greens, or 2 natural, 1 artificial. International croquet lawns. They just had the world champion, under 20 world champs there 2 weeks ago, I think it was. Just got a great line.
You want to try one round here?
It appears to me so far, we're on the second end here of 14, of course, that the competitors are just feeling their way into the match.
So earlier in the piece, I'm a great believer in trying to find your line first. Once you get your line, the weight comes. If you're fiddling around with both, it's...
you played a honey.
The other thing that we've got here, Steve, is that...
So it's a very good tactical bowl there, just covering the back, because if the Bailey crew come up and snake that jack back, there was all their bowls in behind. So Joyce just threw in a very good position bowl. I played with one of the greatest bowlers that played out of New Zealand, and he reckons, a good position bowl is as good as a front toucher.
Exactly. So what we've got here is, I guess you could say, club bowlers.
Yeah.
But here's their opportunity to shine as such.
Oh.
You don't have to stick it on, keep the cameras on the top individuals or top mixed pairs all the time.
No, and that's like this event is great for that. Like the Baileys and the local side are, they're just good club bowlers that obviously come to enjoy the sunshine and the weather and the greens down here in Central.
How's that one staying?
It's hanging in there. Wow. Yes, no, maybe.
We're thinking, is it going to drop? Which way is it going to drop? But it's stayed
What a great
upright.
bowl. Great bowl. We're not getting any. We've only got Ray mic'd up, haven't we? So.
Yep, he's not saying too much, a man of little words, but it seems.
Boy, I'm going down the backhand here would suggest that he's holding. He's not a million miles away here either, just quietly. If he sits that fat.
Oh. Is it better or worse?
Oh, I think he might have just given that away. Sorry, folks, that angle is just not good for us. Well, let's see, that looks different again than the other camera angle. Thanks, Tamara.
We could just look out the window, perhaps.
Oh, is that Sarah? Okay. Here's another great bowl.
Sarah's
Look
in
at
charge.
this. Look at this.
Oh,
man.
That's
two.
Well, is it a two?
Well, it's two bowls virtually the same. That's.
What about this deep blue one? Is that going to come into contention? Or is it going to be a measure, do you think?
Well, yeah, it's
hard to tell.
Hard to tell who's got it. It's just with those camera angles. But certainly Ray's trying to get up there and get some contact, and he's not going to be a million miles away here. If he gets on the inside of this, it's a bomb. Look at that. Great bowl.
I think we're
certainly one to the dark blue, possibly two.
So that's Ray Leedon and Joyce Edgerton appear to be one up now. Possibly
one's
two.
Gone out, and so we've got Joyce throwing the tape on just to see if she thinks she might have two.
I would say from any angle, no matter what the camera angle is, it's going to be difficult to decide.
Yeah, especially when they're that close.
It's quite a good second end, isn't it?
Oh, those last four bowls were brilliant.
Yep.
So one.
So one. All right, that makes it one each.
One all.
There we go. Let's have a look at this replay, Steve.
Look, you couldn't have played that any better. It was perfect. So, yeah, especially now that we know that the other bowl beat that other solid blue bowl. So not only do you get, cut this two-shot swing in a sense. They were one down to go one up, so excellent.
I think they'll be pleased to get just on the second end something that was so tight where they feel they now have, certainly from that end, that they're up to get a little bit of control. They know how it flows.
Yeah, and they got, well, especially Ray in that example, they had played two bombs down the backhand side, so the ditch hand's playable. Some of the greens that can be a wee bit dodgy, but certainly not here today.
This is Emma Bailey.
Yeah, she gets to throw the jack because Joyce was a bit brutal with her first attempt.
Exactly.
It's a skill that's I don't see practiced like it used to be.
Well, that was
throwing
interesting, speaking with Mike Kernahan about that. He was very set that bowlers should be able to put the jack pretty much within a certain area of where they want it.
Yep.
And maybe they need to practice that more. Do most people practice?
Top end do. I remember when I started, my introduction to bowls was this grumpy old skip says, right son, you put the mat on the 2 metre mark and you throw the jack to where I'm standing. I go, yes sir. So I put the mat in the 2 metre mark, threw the jack, and I would have thrown it about 2 foot past him. And he looked down at the jack, looked down at his feet, down at the jack again, and then looked up at me and he says, listen son, if I wanted it there I would have stood there.
Oh, brilliant. Harsh but brilliant.
But
but it is important in the end.
It's a real art.
If you're four or pair wants to play short,
Yeah,
well,
you gotta
why
be able to
put the
throw.
jack long?
Yep. And speaking of Kearney, I don't like complimenting
No,
him too
no,
much,
no,
but
fair
I used to play with the man a bit, and he was outstanding, jack thrower. Again, he practiced it as well, and yeah, no, he could put it on a dime.
Interesting, because obviously the jack's so much smaller and lighter.
Yep, but it does give you a fair feel for what the green's doing and the speed that you need.
That's a very good start to this, the third end.
Yeah.
This is, of course, the Summerset Open mixed pairs.
Popular and got more popular. We were wrapped. I remember a couple of years ago when Mark Cameron had the vision for this, and he said, "Oh, it'd be good if we get 80 odd teams." And we got 210.
I couldn't see
I think
why
it
you
was.
wouldn't have it. It's a great for a husband and wife, or for just friends. It doesn't
Teams
matter.
or
Or
two
new
teams
people.
hook up. Yep, and there's a lot of fours teams. They've crossed over, and and that, so it's working really well. And what did we get there? 250 this year, was it? 232. 232. So
Yeah, that's some big numbers. 800 individuals over the, I guess it's 8 days of competition for the Summerset fours and the mixed pairs. I mean, 800 individuals coming to the Central Otago region. That's a lot of people.
it's a lot of people, and that's
and
a lot of
that's
businesses doing very well out of that, isn't it?
Exactly. Some of the, I guess, the bars, eating establishments in Alexandra have done very well.
Yep.
Certainly coffee from me. Done very well out of me. One particular cafe is like you again. So you've got another
Do
couple
they know
of
your
days.
order now, do they?
Yeah, yeah, oh yeah, they're straight to the point. I suppose you want a coffee then. I'm like, yes, please.
There's a duck swim.
Some of the best bowls are the ones that don't come off, aren't they?
Yep.
Which must be frustrating.
Yeah. There's a number of times, people, oh, yikes. They let it go and then snakes up there and gets a slip and a slide and wanders in for shot or something.
What proportion of, well, that one's going out wide, is it?
Yeah,
Ever going to come back in?
It'll kick back a fair way.
There it is. What proportion of a game is luck?
I would give it around 15%.
So
Because if you get the inside rub of the bowl
right, yeah.
versus sitting at fat to the outside rub of the bowl, and you're talking, I'm so old I can only do
That's
inches, but like you're talking half
Alex
an
does
inch.
the same thing and he's young.
But yeah, so like if things are going well for you, you get the inside rub of the bowl and it runs to the jack. Beautiful. When the god of bowls is not smiling on you, you hit the outside of the bowl and you knock it in for another shot to them.
Right. So that's effectively like your opposition's bowl ricocheting off something else and then knocking your almost perfect bowl out of the way.
Yeah. And you get days where it goes for you.
That's
That's
not
certainly
bad.
second, two shots to the composite side of Ray Leedon and Joyce Egerton. Nice handy bowls.
And let's have a look at this one. Just see if it's coming around, how early it's going to come around.
He's going to possibly get... Oh, look at that.
It's
See?
actually not
Okay.
bad.
Went up the green.
Yeah, no, that's unusual.
Stay there.
Yeah, just the way it rubbed off. And
How was
so
that
you can
stance?
see just this one here with Ray's quite a bit wider than Piers' one. Just with the bowl. Oof, didn't want that. See again, if you'd caught that just slightly thinner, it tumbled both of them in. But he got the rub and he's come to a good home, but yeah, that's where the slight bit of luck comes into it.
Oh, Emma Bailey giving plenty of instructions.
Well, she is married to Piers, I'm sure that's just natural.
Little flick of the wrist there.
Yes. So he's quite tight, We need, if we could, wouldn't it be good if we get that bulge tracking sort of thing, you know, like with the golf.
Well, we can go and borrow it for a couple of days from down the road because we've got the New Zealand Open just about to start on Thursday as well.
Is it up at the hills?
The hills and one of the other courses, a couple of the other courses there. Stephen Alka returning, which is great because I remember him as a PGA player, where life was a bit more of a struggle than what it is as a senior PGA player.
Yep.
And I remember 2008 in one of the tournaments somewhere where we were in the US, and it was pretty tough for someone struggling to actually make the cut and make the get the funding.
Yep.
Now, as a senior, he's right up there with all the big names.
Yep.
Let's have a look at this. A short swing through there from Emma Bailey.
See,
What's her body language saying?
She's interested.
Oh, sorry, that's actually Joyce Egerton. My mistake.
Joyce,
They're getting the two mixed up.
Have you noticed? I've just noticed it. If you have a look on the Arrowtown shirts that they're wearing, they're sponsored by Bailey's. And who are they playing?
Oh, lovely.
The Baileys.
Oh, loving it. Loving that link there. Sponsored by their opposition.
Yes.
Perhaps not. So this
We'll
is
have to
Emma
rip out
Bailey
and find
here.
out if Emma and Piers are in the real estate business.
Yeah, exactly. Well, that's Emma Bailey there in the dark, and it is Joyce Egerton in the blue. So it's looking...
It's not a million miles away. It's good effort.
Didn't quite work.
No.
So we're on one at the present time. For
One to the composite side of Ray Leedon and Joyce Egerton. It's a wee bit vulnerable though. It's worth one or two. You'll find that I'm sure Emma will be coming up there with a bit of purpose.
So why would you stick to this side when perhaps you've got more of an open invitation on the other?
Okay, so the black bowl that's shot, and you've got the square one of the bluey greeny sort of thing.
Yes.
So if you just sit that fat, boof, you're in for a shot. You've got a shoulder or you've got a ledge to land. Whereas if you're coming down the other side, you've got to be perfect. Perfect line, perfect weight. There's just more options. So as predicted, Emma was a wee bit more aggressive looking for the black bowl, but just was wide. So another one to the local side of Ray Leedon and Joyce Egerton, who now lead 2-1 after 3. So some beautiful golf courses up in Central Otago, aren't there?
Stunning, and even if you're not a big time player, it's just very nice to actually look at and observe. I guess it's just everything around you.
Oh,
and the way they're put together and everything else about them.
My son's golf greenkeeper, currently at head greenkeeper at Arrowtown, and before that, a couple of courses ago, he was at Jack's Point, and I've been around both the courses, and they're just stunning. You know, like if you're looking out to the lake or into the Remarkables, and just gorgeous, gorgeous scenery.
And you can certainly understand why people want to come to the region and either play golf or, well, bowls as well.
Bowls.
I mean, we've got some beautiful clubs.
The wine's not bad either, just quite.
Exactly. There's, I certainly had my favourites. I was here a month ago for a wedding, and was able to partake in the odd wine as well.
Yeah, I love their Pinots, to be fair.
Okay. Partial to a particular very pale rosé from a particular vineyard out of Cromwell. And actually, there's a few bottles sitting at home. In the meantime, on with the bowls before we get ourselves in trouble here. This one coming around.
It's a bit of a loose start from them.
Yeah, this is quite loose compared to the last end. How do different ends work? I mean, it seems that they're good at one end, but perhaps not quite as good at the other.
Yeah, well, see, this is a bit shorter than they've been playing, so all of a sudden the line's to it.
Right, so there's the change.
A subtle difference. It's not huge, but you know, like no one's hit the line there. No one's on the centre line.
Yeah.
So you've got Emma being with the white disc bowls, way out to the left. She just missed it completely. But I think that was the first bowls trying to come down that ditch side. So she adjusted one thing with the second bowl. It was the weight, but missed the line.
So here's Joyce Egerton here. And let's see where she's going to go. Can she bring it around enough and make it short enough?
Actually, I've done them a
a bit of a
disservice
race
there
on
because
here,
that was the
and
boys started there.
There we go. A real bit of a race. We're about to have a collision.
Great start here from Joyce. Side touch.
Touch, we're not too sure. I think it
Yeah.
did.
Yeah.
Yes, it did. He's getting out the
So
chalk.
yeah, we blame. Oh, sorry, I blamed the girls there for not
Yep.
getting them close there. It was the boys.
Well, that's
Piers
the thing,
and
though. We should
Ray.
explain how this works with mixed pairs. How does it work? It's 2-4-2.
2-4-2. So one half the team play 2 bowls, then they swap ends, and the next 2 play 4 bowls, 2 bowls, and it alternates. So if you play
Okay.
2 bowls this end,
Right.
you're going to play
So if the
4
men-
bowls in the
Right. If the men did the 2 on end 1, then it'll be the women who start with the 2
Two
on
on
Down to
end
that.
2.
You're still
Yep.
playing the same shot. Even a bit
Alternates.
of weight to there is good.
That was a good, nice close second there from Emma.
So just like us, it's very easy to get a little bit confused. I've seen one team already go, no, it's you next. Is it us? Oh.
Yeah.
Got promise.
What,
Look at this.
so she's looking, she's happy. Well,
Oh, great ball.
Actually, Emma's distracted there. Emma played a bomb because Joyce had a toucher, and it looks like, by the angles, Emma Bailey's coming and drawing her off.
so Steve, what about these pairs? How long have they been playing individually? Did you you have a little chat with them, didn't you?
Had a wee
And,
chat. The Baileys have obviously a family game. Joined together about 9 years ago.
Yeah.
Uh,
Coming inside
so
that.
the
Doesn't matter
blokes
if you have
there,
it.
and Ray and Joyce have been around a wee while, but they've only ever played together once in a sort of bit of a warm-up. Apparently Ray was playing in a tournament, and I need a lady to play in the mixed pairs and thing there. And someone says, well, I know someone, and oh,
Great try.
yeah. So the way they're just attacking that a wee bit, the way Joyce and Ray calling the shots would suggest that the Baileys have got shot with that front one.
This is Emma Bailey here. Stays down quite low.
She looks a touch high here.
What about this speed of mixed pairs, 14
Right
ends?
again.
Are you a
Yep.
fan of shorter ends? Rather than, what is it, some tournaments go to 25?
Yeah, just different disciplines and that, and it's more a time thing here. You know, everyone's playing 4 bowls, so that's 8 bowls an end, or 16 bowls an end. So it takes as long to play 2-4-2 than it does a game of 4s. She's
Great effort.
You could hear Ray leading.
yeah,
So it's still very tight.
but
Yes,
the white disc bowl in front, the way the composite side are playing it suggests that Emma's got the shot, and she needs to get another one close, because if it goes out, I think that's
What started off as a very sparse end
Yeah.
has now become quite compact around the jack.
certainly has, and it's the ladies that have done it. Good bowl there, it's just nice and handy, and if the jack squirts through, it's going out to that, and the one that she's got quite deep, it's sort of about 5 o'clock here. Yep. So they're in good position to capitalise on that, and if Ray Leedon plays a shot, there's every chance that if that jack moves, it's going to the Bailey crew.
And Ray leading up to the mat. Let's have a look what he can do here. What do you think about that stance?
It's whatever works. You know, well, obviously, you know, you've been around to see a lot of golfers and that, but you wouldn't call Jim Furyk's action textbook, would you?
Well, I mean, even.
But he does the same thing each time.
Exactly. Even Tiger Woods has a few interesting things if you compared it to a textbook coaching manual.
Yep.
Gee, you know, arguably the best ever.
This is not too bad. Oh, just a wee bit of juice.
Yeah.
But the other good thing is it takes their shot away. Okay, taking a gamble. So what Joyce was asking for Ray to come up and just give a decent wee tap onto the shot bowl itself. And you can see it sort of lined up to Cannon to come back the other way, but he's under both. Under green, underweighted. Yeah, so it's in terms of delivery, yeah, it's about having that mechanical and the mechanics right to do the same thing time and time again. No, he's short. Yeah, playing with caution. They've got shot. So that's the Bailey scoring 1.
Okay, it's well, we're going up, albeit very slowly.
2 all after 4. Some would say a waste of 4 ends. But,
and Steve, for you, tell me, are you very familiar with these particular greens?
Yeah, I am actually. I'm ex-Dunedin boy. Been out of there for a few years now, but we used to come up to Central Otago to play. A lot of rep stuff up here, and had the good fortune to be here at last Nationals 2 years ago, and with Morris Symes, John Gray and Craig McDonnell, we managed to rip off the 4s. So that was a great day. Great day.
What did that actually mean to you, winning the 4s national title? I mean, obviously it was great at the time. Go, how? Yeah.
Oh yeah, baby. Yeah, we celebrated long and hard. I can tell you. But yeah, no, it's just an absolute thrill to win the 4s, and we're actually talking to the new winners this year and that, and it's quite something to sort of think of. It's been going for over 100 years, and you're one of around 400 people who have ever said, "I am the New Zealand 4s champion." Yeah. So it's really special, and you ask any of the ones that have won it, they would trade all their club titles and all their centre titles in for just one more national title. It's huge.
Well, according to our stats, now this is probably disputed as well, but the men's 4s can be traced back to 1886.
Yeah.
And it's when there was clubs that were part of the association. There was a few that probably weren't. A lot of the clubs were actually, I think we've got Auckland, Lawrence, Christchurch. Most of them were from the lower South Island. You can see there the list.
Yeah.
We've got Dunedin, another Dunedin club, Roslyn, Invercargill, Caledonia, another Dunedin.
Yep.
And of course, Dunedin was probably the biggest population base at that time.
It was, through the goldfields and the commerce associated with that back in the day, yeah. Yes, so the Auckland and Wellington and Dunedin were the sort of the hubs for the bowls, and it's so it's if you look at the magnificent trophy that would have been on display.
It's a very heavy trophy.
It is, but it's feels quite light when you got it tucked under your arm and you're taking it home.
Yes. So what did you actually do, the 4 of you, with the trophy? Who took it, or what happens to it?
We actually managed to get it, and we got it to each of the players. We're from 4 different clubs, so each club got to have the trophy and got photos and bits and pieces. So fortunately enough, because I work for Bowls New Zealand, I was able to arrange things because I was in the know and connected, so to speak. But
I'm quite impressed that the trophy actually came back. So many trophies seem to disappear.
You won't lose that one.
No, it's fairly heavy.
It's a bit hard to hide.
Mind you, if you could lose the World Cup football trophy once, at least,
oh, okay.
That got lost and had to be replaced. Ranfurly Shield has appeared or disappeared in so many different places.
Turned up in some pretty rough condition too, no doubt.
Exactly. And This one here coming around from Ray Leadon.
Yeah.
That's behind. It's not the best, but it's not the worst.
No. The Bailey's sort of on the early battle here so far. A couple of handy bowls. Oh, see the hand shaking there from Emma. She thinks he's heavy.
Well, that's okay though.
Yeah. So there's the luck thing.
Yeah. Yeah.
Bang,
in
he's got
theory,
an average bowl, and he's turned
Yeah.
an average bowl into a very good one.
it shouldn't really be there. However, it did get just tapped in.
Yeah, okay.
But you know, good things happen when you've got bowls in the area. If you're scratching around, like Ray's got at the moment, it's hard to draw a shot when you're down with something close, but easy to add when you've got it there mentally anyway.
What about distractions? Like we have another rink very close. How easy is it to turn off to that?
It's once you lock into the zone, you're generally checking if you're playing, say, the forehand down, and you look at the opposition. If they're playing back into you, which hand is he on? He's on the backhand, so I can play the forehand. That's not a problem. Probably the only thing that sort of grates people a bit is, especially when there's no one around, someone walking across the face of the bank, it just catches your eye. Especially for a lot of bowlers who their delivery has them looking up the green and looking up the line. Ooh.
So we've got 1, 2, 3.
1, 2, 3. Well, 2 for sure. Could be. Again, these camera angles aren't too good. See, again, just that fraction of luck. Caught the bowl. If he caught the jack, he would have snaked it quite a wee way further back, but he got a wee feather on it. So certainly advantage Bailey, not the sponsored team Bailey.
Yeah, that's just an interesting coincidence. I wonder if they've all seen it and figured it out.
Yeah, they did actually. It was when I was out getting what bowls and who's playing with who, and so look at that. Yeah. The Baileys are playing Baileys. You've got to swap shirts or something,
Yeah, just about.
Then you got your surname on it.
Now, what's he checking there? Did he go out to the...
He played a very thin bowl,
Right.
so it was potentially outside the rink marker. So you can see the orange peg out there with the black line. So if the whole of the bowl is outside that black line, from end to end, it's
So
out.
when you say, sorry, the whole of the bowl, so if there's half, 3/4, 90% in?
If it's 99% out, then it's still in.
Right.
It's got to be 100% out. The other vagary with the jack, though, is the jack has got to be 100% up. The 23 metres from the face of the mat to the front of the jack.
Right.
So you could have, again, 99% of the jack over the 23 metre mark, but 1% jack short.
Why
Bit
would
of
you
useless
put the jack-
information.
Yeah, well, no, that's good. I'm thinking it through there. Why would you want the jack that far short? I mean, that is really short.
Well, that's the minimum length,
Yeah.
23 metres from mat face to...
Would anybody put it short? I know in the women's fours final that the team skipped by Val Smith did bring it up quite a way.
Yep.
But 23 metres is, you have to adjust your own bowls such a significant amount.
Used to be 21.
Why would it have changed?
I think back then, and I can be stand to correct it, and I've got my phone on people, so you can text me and fill me in. But I understand that it was to have the same distance from country to country. But it's a worldwide thing. New Zealand were out of kilter, I suppose.
Well, Joyce Egerton here got some advice, and she was like, she wasn't very keen
I
on it.
prefer to just draw into here. We're 4 light, cut it down.
Okay.
So she's been advised what he'd prefer.
Yep. Well, you've got to look at the percentage. Don't know that she's bowled too many down that side, but
You got a chance.
well, we'll let Ray.
I gave it a chance.
So that blue bowl was a lot further back. If that wing one out there is, he said 4. Yep.
So
Got the
It is
4
4.
to
It
the
is.
Baileys. as in Christchurch.
That's significant
Yep,
because we've had nothing above a 2 so far.
yep. Well, ones, weren't they?
Yeah, that's right. Coming into the 6th end now, and 4-2 up. So it's
It'll
been
be 6-4, so it'll be 6-2.
6-4. Yes, that's correct.
6-2.
Get that maths sorted out.
That's the one.
And lovely fine conditions here at the Alexandra Bowling Club for the Summerset mixed pairs. Now it's a lot deeper.
Yeah, the other significant thing they did it yesterday too. I think they played this way for the thing
right.
there. Certainly for the 4s, the green was set for across the club. Now they're playing to and from, and it's
Is that just wear and tear?
an element of that, but it's also wear and tear to turn the green. But it was hard in the 4s. You know, that was just hard.
What is wrong with that?
Oh, but then you get people ringing in saying, we should have been there. The standard wasn't good.
But, you know, it's not meant to be easy, is it?
No. But it's, it was hard. It was hard work. But, you know, another day, everyone gets it, and it's,
I said as a
you should
joke.
blame the green. You know, it must be the greenkeepers.
It must be. I said as a joke to Kernahan, I said, great, that evens everything up. And the look I got.
Oh, did he give you the death stare, did he?
He did.
Yeah. We've had it, those who've played with Michael would have had that often, I'm sure.
Well, that is the thing, whether it's in a pairs or 4s, when you know you've done something that was silly in a way, or you didn't listen to your skip, how does that work in the 4s? When you won 2 years ago, I guess you probably didn't get that because you won. But if you did something where you just didn't listen to your skip, said, "No, I'll do it however I want."
It was actually a classic in the 4s when we won. We were holding shot, so I was playing 2 in the 4, and Morris wanted a cover bowl, and no one had played down the forehand side. No one got it. So I'm thinking, it's turning a lot, so I'll aim out there. No, I'll go wider, and I cut across. So we went from 1 up to 1 down by the time I finished. And, the Kernahan death stare, you've never seen the Symes death stare. I was dead for life. But luckily enough, our third in the team just moved the jack 3 or 4 inches to make 2 out of it, and we went on to win it. So,
Well,
you don't deliberately try and throw stuff that's not good, but
you were experienced enough to handle the death stare within reason.
Oh, mate, I took a long walk around the green when I went up the other end. And Morris still reminds me of it.
I'm sure he does.
But then John Gray couldn't have been a hero to play the perfect shot if I hadn't set it up for him.
Well, you knew that was going to happen.
Yes. Here's a fairly handy bowl coming in. Yeah.
I guess that's one of the things. It's okay in the initial bowls to put one behind the jack.
Absolutely.
Sure, you want to be next to the jack all the time. However, putting one behind is actually a setup or potential setup.
Yep. The old story is, if you're going to muck up long. The green does, the jack does occasionally go up the green, but not often.
Now, Steve, in your role as facilities manager, what does that mean? Explain it to people who are thinking, that sounds very fancy.
Yes, it does. Well, probably the closest to his example at the moment with the cyclone that's went through, especially the likes of Wairoa. Their green's been smashed to bits. We've had Royal Oak green absolutely flooded and needed to be fixed. Waipara and the likes there. So for those clubs, we've reached out at Bowls NZ and essentially sort of said, hey, look, get your life together first. Make sure your family and work and your house is good, and then give us a yell and I'll come over and just help through and just see what the options are to replace, whether they're insured or not, and just come up with a plan to fix what needs to be fixed, and maybe even make some tough decisions. But so there's that sort of side of it, but primarily it's around assisting clubs through refurbishment programs with clubhouse and stuff like that. You know, the new thing is putting roofs over greens, and you may have seen Remuera and New Lynn and Ariwa and the likes there. So it's a whole sort of planning process, then there's a fundraising process, and then there's a build sort of process. So I'm able to bring experiences from other clubs who have done something similar, so the clubs talk to that. So, you know, the same pitfalls up and fallen into and the likes there.
And so the previous experience that you bring in, so you've got this role, but what were you doing prior to that?
Under the old days, we were called community development officers for bowls. So you worked with clubs and tried to get them to be community focused and more business-like, I suppose, in the approach. You know, because.
But then clubs are going to say, "But we're amateur." However,
right.
I guess the saying is, you can be amateur but act professional.
Yeah. Absolutely, and that's where we were sort of working with, and just a one-page business plan, some good financial decisions. Instead of we've always done it this way, then perhaps there is another way to skin the cat, so to speak. Because if you're not financially viable, you're not going to last. If you haven't got a good program around your green and maintaining it, and I think it's not going to last.
What about for some clubs, and we'll use Waipiata, for instance, that are very small communities anyway.
Yep.
How do they survive, or is it on private land like the farmer who's a supporter or plays bowls, or how does a club like that survive? And it's no disrespect to Waipiata, but I'm using that as an example of a small country club.
I love small country clubs. I'm originally a Miller's Flat boy, and I think they got down to about 6 members before they finally had to pull the pin. But there's just something about rural community in New Zealand that the bowling club survives, and it's done off the goodwill of the members, the families of members, and the whole community. You hear stories where. Like one club I know of went to the local cockies there that were milking and all that, so they each donated 2 bobby calves. And another farmer says, well, I'll feed them, and so they sent them off to the works, and got a couple of grand a beast sort of thing, and all of a sudden there's $10,000 in the bank account, and that's enough for them to survive.
Most Auckland clubs are thinking, what are you talking about here?
Yep. Down here, this way, cheese rolls are the big thing. They do make a gazillion cheese rolls and sell them off, and just fundraise that way. So, rural New Zealand find a way, and that's one of the most wonderful parts of our sport. How do you go through there? Not catch something.
I'm not sure how it managed to fit through. Well, let's just take a look. We'll come back to the clubs in just a minute, but we'll take a look at this.
Looking from there, the white bowls are dominating there, aren't they? White disc bowls. Where's that black X? Okay.
Watch these last 2 bowls and see how they can go on this end.
He didn't like it out of the hand,
No,
so
it
must be the black bowls shot. So
just
the Bailey team were holding lots of seconds, but failed to convert.
Yeah, let's watch Ray here. Has he got the angle right? I think he's got the speed.
He's not bad. Looks looking highly likely a. Yep, that's got to be 2.
All right, we'll wait and see. Let's look for an indication.
See, that's the big difference with the ladies and the men too. Do you notice they put the rag down and put the bowls on it and count them that way?
And the men, what, just drop it?
Men just kick them back out of the way. So that's 2 shots.
It
2
is.
shots to the lead. Leading and Egerton, so that will now be 6-4. after 6.
We're here in still the section play. It is the Summerset mixed pairs, the national champs, all around the central Otago region. We're using 13 clubs as far north as Wanaka and Roxburgh to the south. I guess we've got Queenstown probably about the furthest west, maybe Arrowtown, they can discuss that. To the east, well, Ranfurly, Waipiata and Aotearoa, and everywhere in between basically.
Yep. Yep. I've been around a few of the clubs this tour, and it's just been great. You know, you go there and there's boxes of fresh fruit, and you know, for those that eat it, but you know, the cream seems to be thicker on the cream cakes than anywhere else. You know, just good old-fashioned country hospitality.
And this jack is, well, the last one was quite a way back. This one's quite a way forward.
Yep.
I'm not sure if it's tactics or just where it ended up.
I think it's more just misthrown, but
there you go, we'll call it that.
Stubbed their toe on it. But it was interesting thing, you know, one of the things I love this place around here was we're at Otago, and I said to the boys, I said, spot the local cars. They go, what do you mean, spot the local? Great bowl. He said, what do you mean? I said, it's easy to pick the locals car. They go, how?
Someone just coming in to pinch the food. I think it's Kernahan. I'm not sure what he got there.
Oh, he's got
sweets?
Oh, yeah, well, you don't get a body like that and not eat lollies like he does. Yeah, so the joke was that through the gap. Oh, no, he got it. Great bowl. So that's Joyce. Yeah, so the keys were in the ignition, the windows were down, and the boys are in the clubhouse watching bowls. So, you know, imagine doing that in Auckland.
No, I couldn't actually.
Sometimes the dog had his dog collar hanging off the toe ball in a bowl of water.
Well, these are 3 very accurate starts here. You have the black bowl of Joyce Egerton, and now you have Emma Bailey with the speckled green or blue or whatever colour you like, with the white circles on them.
Yeah, well, Emma's first bowl was a peach of a bowl, but Joyce managed to draw it off and move it out to the side, so it looks like about 18 inches off the centre line now.
Many of the players have their rags, towels, whatever you like to call them. What are they there for?
Clean the bowl, just so any grit and dirt and all that, sort of, for myself, I'm a fingertip bowler, so it's off the fingertips. So if you've got a bit of grit on that, you know, it just annoys you, and you know, for the touch, it's habit. It's, you know, it takes the sweat off your hands, and when it's raining, obviously, it dries the bowl out. This is not going to be a million miles away either.
What's that? Oh, where's it moved it though?
It's just about.
Oh, it's stayed enough, has it?
Looks
is
like
it. In? It looks as though it's in.
It's a bad angle we're on here, so
yeah.
That's.
Well, look how he's having to change his whole positioning.
Yeah, he's squared right up. So that's a good 1.5 metre square of the thing there. That'll be borderline in. Well, we'll see with this one whether that got back.
Is it considered?
Yeah, just see how much space you have got that side.
Okay, so they're going down to have a look down the peg line. So that's just in. So it's only a foot wide. So it's now only a foot inside the rink.
So this is what we're talking about with Kernahan, about whether you would go out to come in or whether you'd stay on the inside and come in that way. There we go, using the nice.
They're double checking.
Ingenuity there.
Yep, it's an old trick. Because if you can't see that black line, well, we can't quite see the peg in the middle of the peg. Okay, so they're getting an expert opinion whether that bowl's in or out.
Umpire!
Oh. Now they have a measuring device which looks very complicated. It's not?
No, it's essentially a rifle scope. where they're able to sort of get the crosshairs and run it down. If we can get onto that outside peg there, can we get a camera on that tomorrow?
And we're just checking there to see if we can have another look. In the meantime, we await the umpire. This is 7th of 14.
Yeah, so down the middle of that orange peg that you can see just inside the guy in the yellow, there's a black line. So they're able to line the crosshair up with that. So if any part of the bowl breaks that crosshair, it's in. If it's totally on the other side, it's out.
Oh, we're just awaiting the umpire. In the meantime, we have Emma Bailey taking a seat. The same with Joyce Egerton. Have a little chat.
One of the things I noticed with the mixed pairs too is been around a couple of the greens. It's whilst it's competitive, it's cordial. Very cordial, of course. It is generally with bowls anyway, but some people are here. Obviously, some of the teams are here for a good time, with perhaps lesser expectations than some of the others. But they're really enjoying the country.
Perhaps at higher levels when it does get a little too competitive.
Yeah.
Can you tell me about some of those? I would think maybe the Australians
here's the scope. So you'll see that.
No, that's a bit off.
That's probably the angle on, but arguably it's straight up the green. That means it's in.
Okay.
Yep. She waved the other way. It would have been out.
So what we've been discussing is the blue bowl.
Part of that blue bowl is in.
All right. But
breaking that imaginary line through that black thing there from that end to the other end.
Which in a way is good to have that. So it
Yep.
almost guides the other bowl. So here we go again. Different bowl. This is Piers Bailey. He's using it, but it's come too far in.
Yep. Just didn't get it out there. And the danger is, with it being so close to the ditch, if you get it too wide,
You're in it.
you're in the ditch.
Oh, he's not happy with this. Played it too safe.
Yeah.
Far too safe.
Yeah.
He got a wee rub there. I don't know if he got it up far enough. So it's sort of hard with the camera being fixed that you can get to see what the arc is. But he's certainly higher this time. Not a bad effort if he catches a bit of the jack. Brilliant.
And he's pushed it into his own bowl as well, and he's jammed it.
That was brilliant.
How would you get through that? Are you gonna? You can't really drive from that, can you?
She should. I might be able to see it to drive, but you'd be going for the kill.
So the jack is just hidden behind these two speckled blue balls.
Yep. Ray there tried to play it with weight for it to, crash it away there, but touch thin.
So there we go. The two speckled blue bowls there.
Yep.
And the jack is sort of squeezed in between.
Yep.
So for Piers Bailey, he just wants to put something close by, maybe blocking or?
No, he probably wants to be 18 inches high.
Right.
And off on that 45-degree angle from those. Because if Ray or Joyce, what Joyce is to play next, catches it, then it's not going to impact on those ones there. But the last thing he wants to do is put another one beside it and make it a 2 and 3 bowl target, which just makes it easier to hit.
And so
it's going to be hard to beat if you're not playing with.
We have Ray Leedon and Piers Bailey coming down.
That's hard.
And Emma Bailey and Joyce Edgerton.
Yeah. But Joyce has got to hit that, really.
Yeah, she wouldn't be able to get around it and sit behind it. That's not going to work, is it?
That's very low percentage. You've got to be absolute perfect weight, perfect line. Whereas if you're playing with big weight, you only got to get your line right.
See what she can do here. Joyce Edgerton.
Well, she's coming on the forehand by the way she's setting up.
a local as such.
No, she's not. She's fooled me. Oh, she's
Yeah.
home on the backhand. Lucky bag slide. No.
Yeah, it's all good.
The line actually wasn't that bad. It was just clipping her other bowl.
Yeah.
It's almost the right line. No?
Probably a wee bit high, but she was playing more draw weight than rattle around weight. But it's the beauty of bowls too, is what I see doesn't make me right and them wrong either. So it's ooh.
She won't be happy with that one.
Nah,
It's
Emma.
almost a wasted bowl.
Yeah.
No, just same thing again. Even if narrow it up a wee bit. Weight's good.
Oh, there you go.
Okay,
You're not
okay.
seeing it the same.
No, no. I'm sure any of the top boys and the girls would be having a wee flick at that.
Yeah, it's good attempt. Good attempt.
Which that's code for you missed.
Polite code.
Okay, so all Emma's going to be trying to do is beat that wide blue bowl. Only got to beat it by a smidgen, obviously. So
She's not trying for the jack. She's trying to just get it around there.
just inside that blue bowl out to sitting at 9 o'clock at the moment. So if she gets anywhere in there.
They know they've got two.
Yep. So it just depends how far she runs here.
Is that a 3?
That's 3 shots.
That's
Every
a
day of
nice
the week.
third too. It's a very
But
nice 3.
Pierce set that up with an absolute bomb. It was a brilliant bowl. So that's 3. 9-4 after 7 to Team Bailey. Christchurch Bowling Club.
So
Some would say the oldest bowling club in New Zealand.
well, we really do want someone to come through and tell us. And for some reason, my fingers put in completely the wrong score. So we'll just readjust that, and it should be. What's the score again?
That's
9.
9.
I got,
9-4.
so excuse that, folks. We've got it correct now. We should have.
Stuff. Beautiful.
There we go. So if anybody does dispute that the Christchurch Bowling Club is not the oldest, please feel free, and you have Steve Beale's number. Feel free to text him.
Yep. Oh, hang on. We got something.
Well, tell me,
maybe.
just make sure it's clean. In the meantime, we're on the 8th there. This is 8 of 14 for the Summerset mixed pairs. Let me know, Steve, if you've got some opinions or some thoughts coming through.
No, it's just my boss wife telling me to stop saying Goodness gracious. Thank you, Pauline.
Has she told you to put out the garbage as well when you get home?
No, well, it's a wee way away. It's terrible.
Oh, goodness. And here we go, Ray Leedon. Now, he's from the Alexandra club, from this club.
This club. This
And
is
Joyce Edgerton is from Arrowtown. So that's around about, well, 1 hour, just driven it.
Yep, stunning little
drive.
club there.
Oh, loved it.
Well set up, beautiful inside and out.
I think what really struck me with that club is it's small. However, you've got the houses built around it, and they're all beautiful, and then you've got the hills there as well. And you walk into the club, and I have to say, it was immaculate.
Yep.
A new club, but nothing fancy. The way it was laid out, bar at one end, then the kitchen, and then down to the toilets at the other, and just everything was perfectly set up. They weren't trying to clutter it.
No.
That's a very important thing that I find with a lot of sports clubs.
They look like sports clubs, don't they?
Don't try and over clutter. Keep
Yep.
it simple, keep it clean.
Yep. They've done that with their history and all that sort of thing. So, yeah, those are the conversations we have with Club at Bowls New Zealand. You know, like if you want to attract the community in,
Yep.
you know, it needs to be more neutral and decor.
You can have
modern
things on the
decor.
wall, on one wall, but you
Yeah,
just,
not every wall.
yeah.
I can take you to a club in Matamata where you couldn't get a postage stamp on a wall because it's all full of photos and
I mean, that's great.
certificates.
We're not
and all.
ignoring history. That's,
No, but it's a different way to manage it now, especially electronically and the likes there. So
I mean, I just walked into that club, and this feels like I could bring anybody into here, and
Absolutely.
they'd go, "Oh, this is quite nice."
yep, totally.
So tell me, a club like Arrowtown and Queenstown as well, they're all artificial.
Yeah.
Yes. Is that to really help with the climate as well? Because we know that they can get a fair bit of ice around there, maybe even some snow every now and then.
Yep. Some of it's climatic. The other thing is greenkeeping services.
Right.
It's an art in getting a great green. Lots of hours and the likes there. And for some, it's easy. Some clubs, it's just easy to outlay 300,000, convert a
And
green.
that holds you for a couple of years or so.
That'll hold you for 20 years.
Right.
And then all you got to do is bank your depreciation for the
20 years.
replacement.
It's potentially how long?
Whereas, like, to get a good greenkeeper, you're going to pay a living wage. And not too many clubs.
This particular club is a bunch of volunteers.
Yep.
Hard shot volunteers, I can tell you. One of them is 92, who does advise the others on what to do.
Yeah.
We've had that explained. They love getting out there because they are all retired. It's what they do. It's what they love.
Yep. And it's fine if you can get clubs that have got those people. But, like Arrowtown and Queenstown, I suggest, they're transient towns where, probably 75% of the population isn't there until Christmas and ski season or whatever. So it's great if you got the people with the skills, but it can be hard work. We need to develop peers.
You can just see the boys, hands on hips.
Yep, double teapot. Things aren't going well. Yeah, so it's a mixture of that sort of thing. And
but I'm curious that you said that it was a good artificial surface can last for up to 20 years.
Can do, yeah, if they're looked after. You got to spray them for moss mould and gunge and all that sort of thing. You got to vacuum them to keep them thing there, but not with a super sucker. You got to get enough of the loose stuff off. You don't leave leaves on them to thing there. And with the modern ones, we seem to like for Field Turf New Zealand, who is Bowls New Zealand's preferred supplier. While there is a manufacturer guarantee of 7, I'm suggesting you'll be hard done by if you're not getting at least 15 out of them, probably 20. And we've had some clubs, like Dunedin indoor, admittedly it was indoor, so you haven't got the UV factor or the weather factor, but they got 30 years or something out of them. So, they can last if they're looked after.
Well, that's one of the curious things with tennis courts. One of the clubs where I do some work at, just replace one court, another one definitely needs replacing, like now. And unfortunately, the club did get hit a little bit in the club rooms by recent floods. But it's just a matter of, if you replace them all at once, it's a big deal and takes your courts out for
if you want.
around about a week.
Yeah, if you want to.
So you have to balance it, and you go through those, in theory, every 5 years.
Okay.
Most clubs, if it's a busy club.
So what's the surface made of there?
Well, it's an astrograss as such.
Okay.
So it's what I'd call a longer grass than what you'd have here, like what we're on.
Felt
the indoor, it's more of a felt here, or the ones at Arrowtown or perhaps Queenstown.
Which is
so it's just longer grass.
Okay. Is it sand based?
Sand, you have to put sand on it. So you end up getting home and knocking the sand out of your shoes before you walk inside or anything like that. Yeah, but I would suggest that 5 years, you don't want to go over that. And when clubs do, that's when it starts to get churned up, because you have people based around the baseline or certain parts of it, and that gets worn away very quickly. You even see it at Wimbledon on the grass there.
That's right.
You could just see what goes brown.
Yep. And I suppose with the stopping and starting, because it's the scuffing will
different weights, different heights, different everything. They're jumping up and down on it, doing all sorts of things.
Whereas bowls is a lot more sedate, except for the greenkeeper's bane with the dumpers that managed to fire the bowl from the hip.
I did see a sign in Arrowtown: no dumping bowls.
Yeah. Some clubs are starting to get really onto that, and if someone is dumping it. And the beauty of our sport too is you can play with a bowling arm, and we've got bowlers here that are playing with an arm.
We saw a particular player in the fours, and certainly Alex and I were fascinated about actually understanding when to press the release. That you can't do it behind you, I guess, like any bowl, but just the whole release, and asking people if they've used it before.
Oh, here's another good bowl. That's got to be 3 to the lead Egerton combination.
Looks like 3 at the moment. And how many more have we got? Just 1 each.
There's definitely a little flick there with Pierre's delivery, isn't there?
And
The challenge with that is
what can
just
he do
flicking
here?
it the same way each time,
Yeah.
so it's not generally taught.
Well, this could be a nice little turnaround. 3 at the present time, we believe. And, well, let's see what he can do with this.
Yep.
Listen in to Ray.
Last thing he wants to be doing is coming in hot and narrow. Just similar sort of line to his. Starting to sweat.
That's worked.
Sorry.
It's taken those 2 front ones out, I'd say.
1.
Damn it.
There we go.
Damn it.
Man of few words, but that summed it up perhaps.
I think we're holding 2, maybe 3, but yeah. Yeah,
So-
I'll take that. Yeah.
Here, 2, maybe 3, but we were holding 2, maybe 3.
Yeah. So he's
Look at the tape.
2.
Come on, it's a long way out.
So they're just checking this. So he's got 2.
Sure.
3, was it?
3. Oh, well, I'm not sure.
No damage, he said, so I thought I saw the wavy 3.
I think we might have to do a little check on this scoreboard. Is it if it was a 2 or a 3? And we're just looking for a definite hand signal on that one. So as we move on to the 9th end, and we believe that Leyden and Egerton have gone to 7 perhaps.
Yeah.
But we're just checking.
Gonna keep me out in the sun again. Yep.
So obviously that wasn't the cunning plan. Ray's wanting Joyce to throw it
was
long.
a 3. There
was
we
a
go.
3.
Thank you very much there with the camera angle, Tamara.
So the listeners would have heard Ray's comments. So if it was thrown to the 2 metre mark, Ray was quite happy to sit in the sunshade, but Joyce has made him get off his hindquarters and move up the green a bit.
Yeah, pretty warm on the green at the present time.
That's the burn, I presume.
Yep.
There's no burn marks.
Beautiful.
Oh, great ball. Great ball.
Very good start.
And coming
good
into his
start.
own now is Ray Leyden, and with a little bit of commentary there.
Yes. He might have forgotten he's got the camera. And he's over there having a yarn to Ray Bishop.
Who was actually not in this rink.
Not in this rink, but he's just, knowing Ray, he's just wanting to have a yarn and being sociable, as
Well, I
the
think
man
the
is.
other thing is having a little chat like that probably just not so much calms him down, just
Yep.
just keeps him going, and maybe a little bit of reality check.
Yep.
Don't feel the pressure.
Well, the big thing is, too, is to switch off. You can't be zoned in and concentrate on every bowl and start riding bowls. Now, you've got to be able to, when you pick up your bowl, that's the time to start
Well, there's a lot of
locking
times in
in.
between, isn't there?
and you've got to be able to relax and not get you.
Well, when it comes to switching off, I think the England cricket team is, well, yeah, it's a bit of a tight one there. So it certainly reminded me of cricket when you're not facing a delivery.
Got to switch off.
Walk away for a second, then come back.
Yep. Okay, Joyce's second one wasn't one that she'll remember or want to.
Yes. Emma Bailey walking down behind her bowl.
Yep. Piers seems to be happy with it. It's breaking in very nicely. Look at this. Beautiful.
Although it is jammed up against the black there.
She's...
How would you measure that?
I think there's definitely a degree of separation. The white bowl of Emma's is definitely touching there. You can see it, and I think the black bowl would be half an inch behind that again. So
at the moment, after just a couple of bowls, it is the team of Bailey and Bailey that are jammed up very close to the jack. The black bowl of Egerton is just behind it, fractionally just behind.
Ray's going to
is Ray doing here? How's he coming into
Yeah.
it?
So there's two schools of thought on that. You know, he's a chance to come round and take his own bowl out on that hand coming round the bowl. Whereas if he played the other hand, he can hit the blue bowl, which then sends the jack to the black bowl.
Now for you, Steve Bell, what sport would you compare as closest, not necessarily in actually the delivery, but what is closest for bowlers? Is it something like golf? They compare in the way that you perhaps prepare?
So this is just what I just talked about.
Yeah, there we
with
go.
the blue, you know, coming round, gives a chance to take his own bowl out. So, yeah, generally those that excel at golf, snooker, pool.
I guess there's
have
an
that-
element of there with snooker and pool where
Yeah, where your weight control, your ability to, you know, play a ball to the pocket, and golf to putt, the likes there. So a lot of those sort of sports translate well in terms of, because you've got that understanding of action, weight control.
how did that move through that gap?
Yeah, if he's playing a bigger bowl, he might have got that.
I don't know whether they're meant to be that big. It's maybe indoor bowling alley.
So Piers has got to get round to that where Ray's last bowl.
You better stop saying that. You know you're going to get your wife onto you.
Yep.
You just did that for her, didn't you?
Nah.
Oh, you're in trouble when you get home.
Weird, aren't I?
You really are.
It's just come a bit deep. He really wanted to be to that black bowl that you can see at about 10, 11 o'clock. Because if Ray plays this,
Dropped it.
he's not happy with it. He didn't send it. Yeah, it's just going to that pocket. Yep. So Emma's out there to give Piers a line to where he needs to be. See if he gets into there.
So this one just curving around it. It's coming in very well, isn't it?
It lays down.
And
Another
that
shot.
little drop coming in was just perfect.
You
Yep.
got that to rest on. You got two to rest on if you do come. Yeah.
Don't know which ways. Personally, I'd have been on the backhand with the lead and Egerton combination. As you can see, just to touch that jack's going to go to the solid blue bowl of Ray's.
So we're here for the Summerset mixed pairs. It's the national mixed pairs, and we're looking at this particular contest with Piers Bailey and Emma Bailey up against Ray Leedon and Joyce Hitchin. We are at the Alexandra Bowling Club, one of the 13 clubs around the region. Watching a potentially tight... Oh!
Great bowl.
It worked out okay, though, for the combination for the Baileys.
Yes, if she caught that just a fraction different, good things could have happened.
This is Emma Bailey. Interesting little stance there to start with. See the
So
foot
she's
of
got a-
Piers. He wants it to slow down.
The funny thing about bowls, if once the bowl's left, doesn't matter what you say to it, it doesn't change, doesn't listen.
Well, that's one of the things with running down after it. It's not going to help.
No, no. You can yell at it all you like. Okay, so she got the weight.
Very good efforts. Yeah.
Oh. Well, the last one here with Emma Bailey of this particular end, the ninth end.
So she's just looking to land softly under that solid blue bowl. Add another one. If she comes in hot, there's not too much danger here for them. She got all the running. Fair effort.
Oh, that's very nice.
I think it's still only 2, but
We believe 2, maybe a measure for 3. They're taking a look.
just the
Just
2.
the 2. There we go. Up to 11-7. There's the combination of
5
Bailey
9.
and Bailey. As we move into the 10th end. Quite an entertaining contest so far, wouldn't you say, Steve Beale?
It is. There's been some absolute bombs played, and plus these guys, whoever wins this will qualify for post-section. They've both got 3 wins, 1 loss. So one of them will be very happy to be through to post-section play, which starts tomorrow, which is straight knockout, of course.
Now, if you want to win the title, you have to win 6, potentially 6 games. Is that right?
Yes, 6 or 7, because there's going to be more than 64 qualifiers.
We're just getting the word there from Collins. Collins is doing
7.
sign language. 7?
Yeah, it's got to win 7. So there's someone might only get through 6 because they've got to buy into that next round. So, and that's the challenge of having such a huge field to start the event. So someone's in for a long day tomorrow because they'll have to play 4 games. Oh, look at this. Yeah, it's not a bad start, is it?
It's very good. The great thing was it hit the jack and sort of went with the jack.
Yeah.
You know, it's all very well hitting it.
Yeah.
Where does it go?
Copped it pretty full. Yeah, so it's a big 4 days, which is another. Here, this is.
What a reply.
Take the bones out of that one, he says. Goodness gracious, what a great bowl. What a great bowl. And now that's getting fairly close to the ditch, so
yes.
you got to be
So you
inch
can't
perfect
go deep,
now.
can you? You really got to stick
you'll be-
around.
There's a wee bit of fall away in these ditches here on some of them, on some of the rinks, so it's very hard to draw within that last couple of feet of the ditch. It's going to get a nice rub. He's got up closer. Just, it's a metre from the edge, so he's dragged it a metre. Yes, it's sort of the fitness side of the game of bowls that a lot of people don't give it credit for. You think of how many lunges you do in a day in terms of delivering your bowl.
I haven't
over
seen
4
too many
days.
people practicing that out in the car park. Or
Stretches, yeah.
well,
But yeah, the high performance team, they are seriously fit when they're going over to comm games and international events. Especially the likes of World Bowls. You're there for 15 days in the heat, 8 to 9 hour days playing, plus the pre and after. You've got to be physically fit.
have you played overseas, anywhere in particular?
I've played in Australia.
And whereabouts in Australia?
Gold Coast, down in Sydney, Melbourne.
Well, that's quite a difference, the Gold Coast and Melbourne. The environments, the different heats, very different heats.
Yep.
Same with Sydney again.
And the surfaces are a bit different too, and it's a lot slower. So in terms of the physical effort of playing on our greens, where you just get down and just push it away, for, I suppose, to put it in perspective, if you imagine like drawing over there on their 14-second greens, every shot is you see when they play a fast runner, so it's a lot more effort, and you're doing those for long days, 15 days in, and that's day when they're handing out the medals. You want to be as fresh as day one. This is not a million miles away. It's going to hang high, is it?
Great effort.
Oh, it's like a rocket.
Well, it's almost, it's a percentage shot, that one down there, playing with that sort of weight. Catch the jack, put it in the ditch, unbeatable.
So backhand and forehand.
Yep.
Why would you switch halfway through an end, thinking I'm going down my backhand side or I'm going down my forehand side? Which one is the more common? Is there a particular one, or is it what feels comfortable?
It's just what works and, you know, tactically where you need to end up. Some people do. And shout out to my good mate Steve Smith, who's down in Roxburgh at the moment playing, but, you know, like Smithy is a backhand specialist. His forehand isn't too good. Ask anyone that's played with or against him, but he just favours his backhand, which limits his ability to cross your body.
So across your body, backhand,
Yeah.
and then sort of down the line or down your body is the forehand.
Yep. I remember years ago there was a guy in Dunedin, we used to call him Backhand Ron. And he was an international rower in his day, way back in the 50s and the likes. And every bowl was on the backhand, so if you wanted to go down the left-hand side of the green, he played right-handed. And if you wanted to go down the right-hand of the side of the green, he played with his left hand. And he was deadly on either hand.
Try to figure it out. I'm trying to imagine it.
Yep. So he stands there and poof. Then.
That is actually quite difficult to comprehend. I mean, could you yourself try playing left-handed?
I can. I'm average at only on the backhand left-handed. I'm like a octopus falling out of a tree trying to play it on the forehand
But you know what,
left-handed.
you should have a club night of
Oh, they do.
hands.
Yeah, no, that's some of those challenge nights go out there and playing corner to corner on your offhand and things like that. And
A lot of fun. Could be a little crazy.
oh yeah,
A few bowls going out of bounds.
yep. There's a couple of three players who will remain nameless. I know every now and again will play left-handed to see if anyone notices.
Oh, that one was swinging
well
away.
missed. I don't think Joyce has posted this one either. Look at
That's
that,
a
after
little
the
bit
first
messy
four
there.
bowls, you know, these blue ones, the other guys, the ladies haven't managed to change a thing. But you can see what Emma has been trying to do with what, you know, Piers called, and I think that's the right shot. Make some contact.
Now we're just looking at the bowler's eye view.
Yep.
And from that distance, I think for some people at that distance it's hard to see the jack anyway, but this time it's actually hidden.
Yep. So it's just, yeah, taking that judgment of the line that you need to play to it.
I guess it's listening to your teammate as well.
Well, the instruction is what to try and attempt. See, I don't think he's going to break back, you know, from out there. No, he's probably playing with the right way. He needs to be under that black short bowl if he's going to play that weight. Well, it's cleared a path for Piers. Challenges.
Well, it's cleared a path with one bowl each remaining.
Yep.
Did I just see four, in fact, all of the bowls from Emma Bailey up on
on the bank? Yep.
Yeah, that's unusual.
Plus two of the husbands. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4.
You could just see them 1, 2,
Yeah.
3, 4.
Yeah, the two on the green. So let's see if Ray can add a bonus. Needs to find a friend. Clutches his own one full.
Wow, we're looking at one
1, 2.
definite, and is there a... No, we're probably
That's
just
three.
one, 3.
By the sound of that.
Yeah, we're
So
definitely
that
taking
tightens the
over three.
game right up.
It has.
So that's 11-10 after 10.
That
Almost a
was
4-end shootout.
a nice little bonus there as we start
was.
to get towards the 14. Going into the 11th end.
I told her to bring the mat up and she couldn't.
It's a little bit surprising.
Ray was wanting the mat up. Obviously, Joyce didn't listen. He's telling peers about it.
Oh, they never listen.
No.
We still get in the shade here. Yeah, still do.
Yeah, he just wants to sit in the shade. Oh, you're the man, Ray.
Oh, that's lovely.
Oh, it's just got to be getting warm out there. Different heat. Don't you find Central Otago heat quite different?
Well, the dryness of it.
Yeah.
It's like living in the Middle East, in Qatar. Oh, the dryness there just used to blow you away.
Oh, okay.
It's very dry. Then you spend time in Auckland or Sydney. Totally different.
So in terms of the Grand Slams, what's the king place to go? You know, like if you had a bucket list and you wanted to go and see a Grand Slam, you must go to...
Well, I've managed to go to all four many times, and I've got to say, for the city, New York to a certain extent, it's completely crazy, but the venue, Flushing Meadow, is out of Manhattan.
Yeah.
And you don't want to stay out there because it's not the best place. However, it's just a crazy fun venue. But then also for the city, Paris for Roland Garros, because it's just beautiful,
Paris.
stylish and sexy. The whole venue is as well.
Yeah.
And I love that. Wimbledon's got the pomp and ceremony and the history, I guess the history for New Zealanders.
Yeah.
It's good. You can catch the tube there if they're not on strike, which tends to happen during the summer and tends to happen during Wimbledon.
Yeah.
You go to the Southfield station, not the Wimbledon station, and just walk down the hill from there. It's great. They now have 2 courts that can be covered. The Australian Open, yeah, it's great, but for me it's a lot more work in the sense that I have to wake up early, like 3:30 in the morning sometimes to talk back to here.
Right.
It also goes extremely late and stupidly late.
Yes.
4:05 in the morning, Andy Murray finished this year. That's not the end of it. That's when he finishes playing. Then he's got to do warm downs. He's got the transportation, the cleanups, the physio, and the media.
And the media. Yeah.
And so you leave there at 5 or 5:30 in the morning of what would be the next day.
Yeah.
In theory.
Yeah.
So you've got that sort of thing, and it's in some ways it's almost too close for New Zealanders. However, I believe it's about 10 to 20,000 New Zealanders. Oh, that's a nice little touch.
Yes.
To go across for it every year.
Yep.
Either staying with friends or wherever they're staying in for a couple of days or just to be part of the atmosphere. There's always a cricket game, whether it's a big bash or whether it's international.
Something that's happening at the MCG.
There's football games. Phoenix may play there at the same time. Across the road is also maybe some NBL basketball. There's quite often the Melbourne Storm.
Oh, it's a good save.
That's nice. Melbourne Storm or the Rebels all practicing just across the road. You walk past them.
Yep.
So you've got everything all condensed. So that's always great. It's 5 minutes from Flinders Street Station, just walking along the river.
Oh, absolutely.
So that's the huge advantage of it right there in town.
Yep.
But then Melbourne's almost too close for us.
Yep.
So in some ways I always lean towards Paris or New York. For me, going back to New York last year was great after a couple of years away because of COVID. The city had changed to Gotham City again.
Oh, God.
It was fantastic. 2019, it was just so go-getter. So pro, everything. Yes, let's do it. Coming back 2 to 3 years later, a lot more homeless. The smell of, as we called it, the smell of weed and wee.
Okay.
Marijuana is now legal, but smoking on building sites, for goodness sake. And there's a lot more homeless there because COVID hit the US very bad.
Yep.
Yeah. So it was an interesting change, and it will get back again to its highs again.
Yep.
That's what New York does. All you need to do is watch every Batman movie, and it shows you that.
Yeah.
But that's just one of those things with big cities around the world.
Yeah.
They go through their highs and lows.
Oh, Ray's coming
Where's
in
this
hot
going?
here. Eh.
Gee.
Goodness gracious. If he caught the wee inside edge, he would have planted that white disc bowl out and lay 3.
At the moment, it is a 1, a very tight 1 to Ray
2.
Leydon and Joyce Edgerton.
No, I think it's the
Do you think so?
the Bailey white disc bowl
Oh,
shot.
you think that one's coming probably tighter?
I think that's.
Oh,
I think it's
I'm up for
closer
a measure.
than.
I'm up for a measure on this
Okay.
one.
Well,
So
have
what
a
we're
chocolate
looking at
fish.
here-
Have a big bet. Have a chocolate fish on it.
We're testing whether it's the blue to the almost immediate left.
So
of the
this is
jack.
Ray's blue bowl. You think's. So I favour the white disc bowl.
You're to the right, I'm to the left.
Yeah. And Ray is going to find the other side.
Well, at the moment, it's from that angle. Oh. We're still up for a measure on this one, I think.
Yeah, but yeah, I think I've got a chocolate fish on the white disc. Emma doesn't think he's quite there. She's trying to ride it in.
Okay, there we have it. Which one are you going for, people? The one on the right, that is Steve's bowl as such, and the one on the left, the deeper blue bowl,
What are you
is
learning
mine.
about that? Taking the green one away. Yeah, it's getting wider here. Yeah.
Oh.
We have to get we haven't got lollipops for the qualifying events.
No.
Wow, that one's up in the air. This is serious looking at this one. You can,
Yeah, I've seen you trying to cover so
if you agree with Steve, you can.
Yeah.
You've got his number. You can text him. If you disagree,
See-
you can text him as well.
I see the boys headed straight to the shade.
Exactly.
At least they're obeying instructions to stay clear of the TV camera line.
Down to your weight now.
Oh, he's come out.
We are not going to find out.
Oh, what a great shot.
Okay, you're closer now. All right, that bet is off.
Oh, yeah, okay, it's been moved.
And Emma Bailey just. You can see what he wants. Oh, gee.
Yeah,
Avoid about 6 bowls on the way in.
it's the one. So Piers is just looking for cover around these 3 solid blue bowls because if, and he's not wide enough. Uh-oh.
Bit tricky
Just
there.
made it harder now
Would you
for
like to come under there.
Ray and Joyce to get shot.
Shift the bowl out. Got 2 seconds. There. 2 seconds.
Okay, so that last one of Emma's come up. Yeah, like it looked a lot closer on the screen than it actually is by the sound of it.
Very short follow through that she's got.
Yeah, it's a wee sort of
Good
like a wee
track.
stab.
Yeah, don't think you got enough on it. Yeah, that's all right. Yeah, it's all good.
Okay, so Piers is
All right.
edging on the side of caution, so no, we'll put that one in our pocket. We're not playing that. There's trust for you, or not.
So
Yeah, the white disc bowl's got the shot, so that gives the Bailey combination up 12-10 after 11 ends.
What's the one out here? Where?
3 to go, 2 up.
he's just having a chat there as Ray.
Do you know where it was? Oh. Sorry, I know it's a different colour too.
So there's Ray cleaning up some stray bowls out to the edge of the opposition rink. Forever helpful.
He's a bit of a character, isn't he?
He is. But at least he said sorry.
Now, where's
Oh,
this jack?
didn't affect anyway because
Yeah.
they're playing the other way. But
Is there almost a regulation length for a jack where most of the time it goes? Like midway, is there anything? Do people go deep most of the time?
It's a sort of standing joke, like the meat, we call it the meat pack length, which is a lot of 2 metre mats and 2 metre jacks, so they just go full length. The more traditional, the older brigades tend to play with the mat back and jack deep, whereas the young ones, well, they move it around, but they're not as scared to bring the mat up and play. But again, it's just tactically, it's what the green is doing. It's a good open here from Ray. Tactically, just what you want to do, as I think I touched on earlier, like the Malaysians in particular, preparing for World Bowls in 08 and 16. They'd play you 2 metre to 2 metre, and if you got on top of them or started beating them, bang, mat right up to the maximum length, and then throw in a wee short one just to break you up. And they were very good at it because they practiced it. They would, those Malaysians would, every bowl that they bowl, they've got a wee notebook, and they note whether it's high, wide, handsome, good weight, bad weight, whatever. So they can go back and essentially code their games and their practices. That's how intense they are.
Would New Zealand bowlers do that?
They code, yes, absolutely. Like internationally, there's someone sitting in the stand with an iPad and coding every bowl. And it can be handy. All of a sudden, partway through the game, you go, geez, they're scoring on the, this length. And sometimes, some people are more observant and, like their natural brain is working out what's going on. Others going, do you know that they're killing you on the 3/4 length ends playing the back end? So make a decision.
Is that over-analysing it, perhaps?
I don't think
some
so.
Bowlers.
Those that watched the New Zealand women's side in the fours semi-final noticed that they got forced to play the ditch hand and the likes there because it was open. And it was, no one was drawing shots down there. So, tactically, if you're coding that sort of thing, yes, we're having to play down there, but we're not scoring. So, should we be chopping over and having a look?
Is that not the skip's role?
Partly, yes.
In a fours, that is.
Well, it's a team thing too, yes. But sometimes you can get caught in the moment.
Good ball.
It's the old thing, pressure does some strange things to people at times. Here they are playing potentially for a gold or silver. And, like I'm not saying the girls, mucked up, but that was an example where coding information could have come in and go, really? Do you still want to be playing that?
Is there a particular coder for New Zealand, or is it the coach sitting there, or is it some other team member?
They have specialist coaches and that assist with the coding and the likes. So each of the major events, they have a rink coach for the players to go and have a yarn, and arguably the rink coach is offering advice if they see fit.
So for an amateur sport, there's a professionalism of
At
this is how you can change or get better, or analyse that as you finish.
Yep, and like Bowls New Zealand through our coaching programs, has got an outstanding high performance program, led by Kearney. Shame about Kearney, of course. But like we've got coaches around with highly skilled coaches that just can put you on the path. Bowls is a strange sport. Every other, you play rugby, you get coached. If you play this, you get coached. If you play that, you get coached. Bowls, someone shows you once how to do it, and away you go.
Well,
so we've got programs at Bowls New Zealand. So if anyone's out there listening and think, I could do with a bit of coaching, get hold of, you can find the coaching people on our website. Or if you can't, just get hold of us and we can put a coach to you that's somewhere in the area.
I'll just return to this game for just a moment, because this is section play of the Summerset mixed pairs, and we have quite a exposed jack, certainly a big gap coming around to it, or potential gap.
Yep. And it's the Egerton Leiden combination holding shot with that solid blue bowl just in front of the jack there. The Baileys have got a few around it, but not quite shot. So if they can move that jack back on this hand that's being played at the moment, things could change. But here's a good bowl. Oh, brilliant.
What a great bowl.
Oh, and sent the jack up. Oh, tip of the hat.
Oh,
it's old school, isn't it?
Very expressive now.
Old school.
That is Ray Leiden there.
Yeah, Ray Leiden, you're the
He
man.
loved it.
Well done you. And that's all of a sudden taking those bowls tactically out because you can't get the jack. Well, difficult to get the jack back to those other ones. So
Now Ray's just stayed down
yep.
at the jack end. Any particular reason, or is he just want to chat, or he can't be bothered moving yet, or he feels he's got some shade?
Probably to pump up Joyce's tyres there for a great bowl played, and sometimes when you're down there, you're looking at this is not a million miles away. Fair effort. You can just sort of see, and then agree instead of yelling at each other. They're having a yarn. They're talking about he's deciding what he's going to play and what not.
Just a little thank you to everybody behind the scenes at all of the 13 clubs around the Central Otago region. We've got, of course, the greenkeepers, the club secretaries, people always doing some great jobs in the kitchen, and everywhere else around the clubs as well, and also to our crew here, saying thank you to Sarah, Tamara and Colin, everybody else from Bowls New Zealand behind the scenes. They're all feverishly working away, all behind the scenes there, and providing coverage and also taking in the scores and everything else as well. So thank you very much to everybody at all the clubs and to the Bowls New Zealand staff. In the meantime, Steve, that is gone.
That's gone, but that's Ray trying to cover
still
some
in,
options.
but
yeah, just in case of it, if Piers goes big up the middle there and gets the jack back, he's got the backest bowl, as they say. So he's is he close here?
Oh,
Ooh.
you could see that
Yeah,
Emma
Emma
Bailey
was
was
riding that one, wasn't she?
just about wanted to kick it in herself.
Willing it in.
She was. At this stage, it looks as though they're... How many down do you think, Steve?
They're 2 down, so this is going to tidy it up with... it's going to be a 2-end shootout.
Yeah. Oh,
If
I don't think I've got one of those yet.
So Ray's looking to... Oh, he's shanked that one.
That didn't work.
He's observant
very
as well.
honest.
Good man.
Very honest as well.
Okay, so that's 12-12
Coming into
on end 12.
into the penultimate end.
Yep.
Are you going to give me a pick of who's got this? Is
Just the
there-
way it's starting to finish. The local composite side of Ray Leiden and Joyce Egerton just seem to be having more
working their
bowls
way
around.
back in, aren't they? They're
Yeah.
just a little. I mean, when you're playing 14 ends compared to the 21 of the fours, and some competitions when it's 25,
Yep.
or what is it in singles? It's
21 up
It is.
normally, but like Australia play a lot of 25 up and even 31 up.
How long does that take to finish?
2 days, 4 hours and 7 minutes.
Just about. Kernahan would die on that. He's very much for the quicker ends and quicker competition.
Yep.
I think in many ways to promote the sport, I'm not saying you have to do short all the time. However, 14 does seem a good, quick enough, but slow enough in its own sense.
It's long enough and short enough,
Yeah.
all in sort of one. So
You don't get too many lulls.
no,
They have a
but
little
you got to be on your game
Yeah.
from kick-off.
Yeah.
So yeah, and the time limit sort of adds to it. Adds a wee bit of.
I mean, you shouldn't
Scoreboard
really
pressure.
need the time limit when you're going to 14 ends. Too
No, but
often.
yeah, like probably later on when
when
the
we
big
get
guns start playing, you know, especially the blokes with 4 bowls, they'll, you know, there'll be a lot of driving and stuff like that. So you'll be getting some kills deep into the end. So, you know, it starts pushing out the number of ends you can potentially play.
I have this discussion about kills all the time, and so far I've had no one else potentially in my favour. I'm not a great fan of kills. And in the sense of...
Oh, look at this.
That's...
Great ball.
Joyce
that's
coming
beautiful, isn't it?
Yep.
Second bowl there for Joyce.
Yeah, no,
Washington.
killing's a skill.
I'm certainly not denying the skill factor in it.
Yeah.
However, maybe it's my impatience that I want to keep going.
Yeah.
Let's replay that.
Yep, and some games they play what we call respot,
Right.
where there is a designated spot, whether that's on the 2 metre mark or off to the left, off to the right, or a metre from the ditch. Some of our games have a respot rule, especially around bowls 3-5, where you can't kill, and the jack, you know, returns to a predetermined spot. And there's, mate, there are 2 different schools of thought, and both are passionate about it. And I know Ryan Bester over in Australia, Canadian champion, top man, he loves respots. Not.
Okay.
Now this man's, you know, world champion, and that he just hates them because he's got one of the biggest booming drives you've seen. And
So I want to see drives. However, killing the end is just possibly delaying
Yep.
either a result or carrying on.
Yep.
And this one going too long, but that's not really bad at this stage if the jack gets moved back.
That's right.
It's not
If he
ideal.
gets onto the front of the black bowl there, that's, you can see where the jack's coming to. So it looks like Ray's hanging around just a bit high. With a handy bowl.
And so far, just a gentle breeze coming across the greens.
It doesn't bring the temperature down out
No,
there.
no, it doesn't.
It's
really.
not. It's people. You can wave to the camera there, Dave. They can see you've just opened the curtains on the screen.
just
So
have
you're
a-
just closing them just
Yeah,
in
I
behind
think we'll
that.
just
Look at
close
this.
them, shall we?
Look at- ooh. What a great effort. All of a sudden that's starting to get harder to defend for the
Yes.
local combination. Because it's on all sort of way, either hand for the Baileys. I don't think he's going to hold, is he? Oh, he didn't post it.
I'd like to also say thank you very much to Sky. We are on Sky, the pop-up channel, all the way through and including Thursday, the finals day of the Summerset Mixed Pairs. Here's the thoughts.
He's
Of
just high,
his.
is he?
Is he happy? He's...
Oof.
Oh,
Just open, wee bit more room, but a lot in the
Be safe
catching
with that
pen.
hand with 9.
go chasing that angle.
Yeah, I can give.
Yeah. So that was a shot we were talking about before. If he gets on the front of the black bowl of Joyce's there, it's shooting towards them. So she's wanting him to come down on the backhand. Which, the good bloke that he is, he listened. Oh, he didn't pick the right club again, I don't think. So he might need the 9-iron out instead of the wedge. So the Bailey team's got 3 chances, or 3 bowls to just get onto the nose of that jack. Ooh, he's fired that height.
Oh, they've got to be careful. They don't want to give away too many points going into the last. No one does. Have you ever seen an 8?
Yes. scored them as well.
Oh,
Yeah, well,
But yeah, they're rare,
worried about
very rare.
dragging it.
I think
of,
those,
is it a Highlander shirt? It looks very close to it. It almost was.
yeah, it's down in Dunedin last night and catching up with my grandchildren and my son, and my 7-year-old's a passionate Dan Carter fan and Highlanders fan as well. And we're already,
He was a crusader.
no, but he's number 10 on everything, and they just besotted with Carter.
A
But
crusader who lived in Auckland.
yeah, so having a discussion with my son, after a 20 hiding, it's going to be a long season if they don't pull up there for us
Certainly.
Highlanders fans.
Could be. At least there's some Australian sides to beat, so that helps. Oh,
I'm not sure what Ray's trying to do there.
Hang out.
gee.
He just wasted that one, I think.
When the score's so tight, that really is a bit of a waste.
I can't quite, yeah. Well,
She won't mind us saying that because I'm sure she feels the same way.
oh, it was Joyce, wasn't it? Yes, all right. Okay, so can Emma do what Pearce couldn't quite? Somewhere in the zone.
Whoa, it's not bad. Gee, that's tight.
Okay, so she's probably keep the same line next time with a couple of feet of weight, and it'll hold for the jack. Happy days. Got a chance to go into the last end 4 up if she plays a bomb. Joyce is on a better line this time. Oh. How could you run under all that?
So Emma Bailey with this last bowl of the 13th. What's she got to do here?
Oh, she's just got to move the jack 6 inches to Pears's bowl, and happy days, 4 shots. So on a good line
Happy?
again.
She's not sure.
Oh, look at it bite. Just didn't give it the speed. Oh, great effort.
Oh.
Wow, good attempt.
I wish I had. Yeah.
So that's 1-2 lead in Egerton. So they're going into the last end, 1 up. It's a lot of bowls for the leads to kick back, isn't it? If they've just played short, they want to put the mat back deep.
1 up. That's great. Going to this last end.
Yeah. Although it's not all bad for the Baileys, they've got last bowl. Great believer in last bowl.
That's pressure.
Yep, but it's if you don't have to play it, or you've got the opportunity to, fate's in your own hands if you've got last bowl. If you've fired all theirs and they got one in the hand, you've got to take what's dishing up. Oh, they're going ditch to ditch. Ooh, still running.
So he gets
Okay,
another,
this
another
is gonna-
chance.
This is going to be different because they haven't played this length.
No. On the last with just 1 point up.
Yep, it's a big call.
I'm not sure. Was it meant to go that far, do you think?
Don't know. Perhaps Ray's mainly a skip and doesn't get to throw the jack too often.
He's not going to tell us.
No. It's a sighter.
Emma Bailey not really giving much indication. I think she's saying you can see it.
Obviously a bit of a nervous walk there, I think. Ooh, that looks skinny.
How's the depth?
Well, with being that sort of skinny at times, like whilst it's sort of finished 6 foot short, it's probably only needs a yard of weight on the right line.
Yeah. This time
So
he's gone out wide.
Yep. So he's not bad here. Especially if he grabs it.
Oh. Now, how far away is that from the back there?
He's only moved it about about a foot by the look of it. Sorry, folks, I don't do metrics.
That's all right. So you can still get in behind it,
Yep.
potentially.
Yep. Yeah, they got a chance to draw the shot, and he's not far away.
He's drawing hard here. Drawing real hard.
Oh, what a bowl.
There you go. You heard it. That's from Emma Bailey.
Well, that's all square.
I understand that she's
Have we
using-
had a televised extra end yet?
Doesn't matter. Hey,
I don't think we
doesn't
have
matter if
actually.
you're
No,
going
we
to
haven't that I can
Okay.
recall.
You've got to be up there.
I noticed she actually used chalk.
Yep.
Everybody else seems to be using the spray, but no.
No,
The
some of
trusty chalk came out.
there's even chalk pens out now. You can just sort of inky sort of things. So
You wouldn't let me near anything with those. I'll put a smiley face around it.
yeah, well, you get that, dinky little messages. Day 3, first
Don't move
toucher.
me. Don't move me.
That's the one. Okay, so here's Joyce having a wee fun run down here by the look of it. I think she's got to play that with a wee bit less weight to allow it to bite.
And just remembering that the winner of this match goes through to post-section play.
They're guaranteed a gig tomorrow.
I think for some of the Auckland teams, they'll be quite happy to almost lose and go and enjoy themselves if they've got a ticket booked in a couple of days.
Yep. Oh, that changed
you
it. Did you
see-
see that bowl fall down? That just changed the access to it. That's a magic bowl there. Magic bowl from Emma. Because of any movement, it's going back to that. So Joyce has got to play something perfect. She's on a better line. Still just a smidgen high.
Oh, shit.
Well, second prize.
Yep.
Second prize. Took that back bowl out.
So early stages here. If this is the final round, it is 1 point to the Baileys, which would equal it up.
Yep.
But we've got plenty of bowls to go, so things
Yeah.
can change.
And they've got the last bowl too, so they can.
I'm not sure whether I'd like to have the last bowl.
It's a bit like having the penalty in the last minute.
Yeah.
Out in front, you get it, you win the test for your country or whatever.
Just drawing.
Yeah, the Stephen
Drawing
Donald
to here,
effect of the
good.
2011 World Cup
Yeah,
in an ill-fitting shirt.
it was rather, wasn't it?
White baiting.
Yes.
I
My
like your
favourite fish variety,
Yeah.
to be fair.
Yeah.
Mokau on the way down to
Yeah.
Taranaki for anybody from Auckland.
Yeah.
And this is coming up to the mat here. Emma Bailey.
Just needs another foot in the last one. Just be far enough away to put the pressure on and hold game. First objective. Yeah, she's.
That's the speed.
Yep.
Oh, just a bit too far.
Yep.
Direction wasn't that bad, was it?
Oh, yeah, the green was fine. It was just she just needed to drop probably a yard of speed.
And here we have Joyce Egerton.
Who looks tight and light.
So really it's about the middle part of the green, and if you can go maybe a foot further on before it turns.
Yeah, it's just finding what we call the shoulder. Find that, then the weight. The bowl will turn, the weight comes off on the turn. So.
Yeah, excuse my technical term there, the middle part.
Yeah, well, the shoulder's actually probably 2/3 of the way down. That's the thing there, but see what Emma's done here. Has she changed much? No,
I think
it's gone.
he's trying to say stop, and it is. I'm not sure if that's good or bad though.
Well, it's stayed up in the island, so it's not all bad.
Are you a finger measurer?
Yep.
Is it accurate?
Yep.
Make sure I'm up there.
Really?
get pretty close.
And there's Mark Cameron there, and Kernahan.
The Brains Trust.
We have been telling Mark that he needs to put more sun cream on because he's red.
Oh, yes. Yeah, and yet there are guys around at Dunedin, good mate Kenny Wright, 5 Pies we call him. He can just stand over and have a look and tell you who's got shot and who hasn't, and he is deadly accurate. No fingers, no nothing. I'll give you a lesson after this.
Yeah. I'm still trying to work it out.
Yeah.
Ray Leedon here on the mat, the final end of this, the mixed pairs, Summerset mixed pairs. Bailey and Bailey against Leedon and Edgerton.
He's just played that with good weight too.
At this rate, we appear to be going to an extra end
That's where
because
the smart money will be on.
it looks as though, and we're doing more finger measuring, it does look as though we're going to have 1 point going to Bailey, making it 13 each at the completion of the 14th. However, still a number of bowls to go.
Yep.
2 there for
Pierre's got 2.
yeah. Piers Bailey, 2 bowls remaining, and Ray Leedon just the 1. Quite an entertaining contest here in section play.
It is.
Not necessarily the biggest names, but that doesn't matter.
Yeah, they got their moment in the sun, and it's, as we touched on earlier, this is one of the great things about the sport. You know, your average club bowler can play in a national event 1. 2, they're every chance to be able to play a, although she's not here, you know, like a Val, well, she is here, Val Smith or a Joe Edwards or a Peter Ballas and the likes there. So it's great that way, and and also, some of them get a TV game. And I remember last year it was around the champs. Yeah, all right, last bowl, is it last chance? He's somewhere in the zone.
Watch it come around.
He's got to stop.
And
Well, this will tell us whether they're holding 2 or no.
so just the 1 at the moment.
One that, well, they wouldn't play it if they thought they had 2. So here's Piers.
Are we going to go to another end?
Well, let's have a look at this coming down. Looks hot.
Yeah, too fast, do you think?
Yeah, way hot.
And we are going to another end. Well, let's just wait, just in case.
Yep, so everyone's dodging, diving for their pockets to find a coin.
Yeah.
So, 1 end shootout.
So with the score there, I guess I might as well call it end 15 of 14 or end 15 of 15.
Probably end 15 or 14, perhaps.
I haven't seen it before.
Not sure what the contingency plan there is from tomorrow on that one.
We're going to call it 15 or 14 at the moment. So this is the extra, or should we call it the playoff?
That's the extra end is the terminology that we use.
Some very nice food going past us right now there,
Yeah.
Steve.
Colin's feeding the backs, but left the forwards out. Goodness gracious.
Well, there certainly was opportunities in that the final, as in the 14th end, extra end. I couldn't figure out how to spell it, I think. Well done, Tamara.
Oh, she's going to be missed.
Yeah, opportunities for both teams there in the
Yeah.
14th.
Yeah, so, Ray and Joyce were, trying to get something a bit tighter than they had, because basically they were the 2 second bowls that were the changed, and there was 12 bowls after that didn't change a thing. So, and the Baileys had an opportunity to get something close second, but so be it. Okay, nervous start.
Yeah.
Bit of local interest.
I think I can actually see some, probably some bowlers or some members of the Petanque Club who are joined here with the bowling club in Alexandra.
Yep.
They've been running some raffles and a few other things. One of them did manage to take some money off me for the raffle.
Okay.
I said, have I won yet? And they said, no, you're not going to. Which, I'm sure they're biased on that one, but
Yes.
that's okay. I donated.
Yes. Actually, yeah, you touched on before thanking everyone and that, you know, and the clubs that I've been around, you know, like the food and the hospitality's been outstanding, and obviously the members have spent a lot of time doing the gardens, and here's a great bowl.
That's a great start there for Emma
it's-
Bailey.
It's got to be beaten, and
Yeah, all good.
yeah, that's a good start. Yeah, so the clubs have been looking immaculate, and
Well, particularly when you're talking about the country clubs.
Yeah.
Because how many people from outside of Otago have actually been to Waipiata?
yeah,
Now, as the club, let alone
well,
knew how to get there.
yeah,
I
dead
don't
right.
think that's disrespecting Waipiata
No,
either.
and you know, if you look at Waipiata's history, it was they had a borstal there way back in the day. Back in the 70s, there was a boys' borstal in Waipiata.
I just, yeah, I think that's the place that I've one of the
And I think
clubs-
it's now a sort of like a spa, you know, like
Oh, really?
yeah,
I think
it's
tomorrow
not
we
a
might be
bad
going
effort
to
side of here.
Macau or something like
Yeah.
another club tomorrow morning. I'm not sure. It's just a matter of getting around as many clubs as possible. So
Yeah,
we've got vision of
Omacau's
it.
20 minutes out,
Yeah.
so it's nice. Very nice green there too, just quietly. Okay.
Oh, John Macbeth and his crew, his fours crew, they went to Ranfurly and on the way
Yep.
back stopped off at a number of locations. I think you can guess locations.
Started with H, was it?
Yeah,
And
there
ended
was,
in EL.
Yeah. But I mean, that is the thing, though, to stop off at some of these historic buildings.
Yeah, and you know, like a lot of the local watering holes, you know, they're still at the old stone brick, you know, built in the 1800s.
So at present, we're looking at potentially the
2 shots, probably
bowl at, what's that, 1, maybe 2 o'clock?
1 o'clock and 7 o'clock sort of thing holding.
Remember that this is the extra end. We were 13 each at the end of 14. This particular contest decides who goes through to post-section play and, well, who drops off.
Yeah.
If you
That's-
win, you're in.
That's an ugly bowl for Ray to navigate. Piers just played. He didn't play it deliberately, but he's sort of blocked off that other hand. So Ray's having to change his hand and try and beat that shorter bowl. He's not on a bad line. Just down to his speed. Maybe
And
it
it's
wasn't
got a
such.
sit.
That's brilliant.
Oh,
That's going to take a bit of getting rid of.
straight into his bowl there. There was no
Yep,
mucking around.
No mucking around. We can see what he needs to do. He's just going to dive under, so if he finds the gap.
Can he ricochet it in? No.
Second prize, though, he's now opened up the opportunity to get to the jack without having to navigate a bowl. So Piers has given himself a chance. Can you do more of the same, Ray? That's what he'd be looking to do. This looks a wee bit.
What does he think?
That's handy.
Doesn't give much away on that one.
No, it's handy.
Talking to the lads behind there. You could see there Piers Bailey looking around.
Yeah, he's coming up a bit big, I think.
Yeah, no, he's not happy with that. It's not going to help.
He's waving his arms at it. That doesn't change it.
So it's going to come down to Emma Bailey and Joyce Edgerton to decide potentially this match and potentially
Barbara
this
Archer
end.
just walking past there.
Yep.
Yeah. 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 Oh,
A lot of approval there from Ray.
From Ray, yep.
No.
I know, just
Hang
come
on.
back.
Change of plan.
What's wrong with you playing onto here?
I can talk here.
Yeah,
Yeah,
because even if you stop there, it's probably safer than knocking that in. Yeah.
Well, there you go. So the plan is?
Somewhere over there.
Yeah. Well, that was it. Somewhere over there. Why don't you come around here?
Yeah, but
it's a
don't
lot-
go there. You
I
can't.
think his
You're going
phrase
to knock
was,
it
it's a
in.
lot bloody closer.
Yes.
So coming down to the last 2 bowls each of this, it is the 15th end, the extra end. And taking another look, there's a lot of looking. In the meantime, you can see that Emma Bailey's just stepped way over to the side, maybe for some shade or for another look herself. See what Joyce can do on this.
Oh, she certainly sent it out. Erring on the side of wide.
And just remembering that the jack is just in front of the centered
Solid.
dark blue bowl.
Yep.
There we go. We've got the action there. Thank you very much for the angle. It looks as though it's directly in front of you.
Yep.
At the bowler's end. I don't think it is quite a clear cut, is it?
No. Emma's got a chance to get to it. And we're not going to see.
We've got it now. Ray's just stepped in. Ooh. You can see Piers just wanting to help it through.
Let's just give them a wee bit more option because that's definitely second shot now. So
Let's see what Joyce can do on this. Her last.
it was high, wide and handsome last time trying to get some cover, which is not trying to be played. So. Oh. Oh.
Gee.
Not what a no.
Well,
Just created a whole lot more options for the Baileys, given the shoulder that could come off. Under it gets the bowl out for sure.
and you can see the Baileys coming down. Piers there and Emma.
So that one at sort of 3 o'clock, come off the inside of that and take the shot bowl out. Oh, no, I mean the black bowl, sorry. Black bowl gets access to the jack, clean under it, gets the blue bowl out, lying shot.
Sounds ambitious, but Steve Beale took us through this last bowl as we have Emma Bailey.
Well, Emma's got to be reaching it, and she's got a chance to come off the black bowl, the last one that was put in by Joyce, and she can either get access to the jack or the bowl and stay with it, or if she's just under the black bowl, she's going to get the blue shot bowl out. Whereas before she only had the blue shot bowl out. That was her only option. We'll see how well. Oh, hang on.
That was Ray.
She's not even playing that shot, so I'm not too sure what she's trying to do here. They must have seen something I didn't see. She's coming. Yeah, she's looking to play up her second shot.
Oh, did that? It worked. Everything worked.
Oh, wow.
And they have won. The Baileys. They have. Let's just check it.
Wow.
Take us through that collision at the end.
Can we get a replay tomorrow?
I think we can because
She came off one of her own wide bowls, and I think that's the bowl that's been shunted into the head.
just everything was shunted.
Here we go. Oh,
It was a double shunting.
double shunt. Hit the bowl, hit the opposition bowl, and shunt it in. A bang, bang, bang.
Now they're just looking here, so we'll hold. We do believe the Baileys have won. However,
Yeah, no, I think they're discussing how the thing got into the head. That's a
bit of a push and a shove, friendly shove there, husband and wife.
That's a big dip into the lucky bag there. Wow, so we have the
And lots
The
of laughter
Baileys.
in the end. I think they're just saying, how did you do that? Did you plan that?
No.
I don't believe she really planned it, but I think we can probably give her around about 3 for that. We're not exactly too sure of their score. I don't think it
They'll only
matters.
go down as a 1 anyway, so well done to the Baileys from Christchurch Bowling Club.
I think
Taking
Piers
up
is
the
sort of
extra
like-
end on what you would have to say a ginormous piece of luck.
Indeed. What a great final bowl there by Emma Bailey that just came
great
off
result.
better than what she thought.
Yes, great result.
Ah, goodness. We will have, I think, a few highlights of that very shortly, but in the meantime, Steve Bill, thank you very much for watching what it ended up a very entertaining match.
There's
It
some
really
good
was.
bowls there, There's some really good bowls.
So let's get ready now, I think, for a few highlights in just a moment.
There's no one I can turn to. And I know all the feelings that we shared are in the past. And I know your relationships are never meant to last. And I'll take some time, but I'll be alright. We're moving on. We're moving on.
And welcome back to the Summerset National Mixed Pairs. We are in, well, I guess it's section play. It is section play, but some very tight contests that we've seen, including Steve Beale. Our last match, well, gee, that went to the extra
Last bowl
end.
and the extra end.
Yeah, it was a tight contest indeed, a ricochet, and well, in the end it was the Baileys, Piers Bailey and Emma Bailey going through. However, in this one though, take us through our combinations there.
Okay, so we've in the blue, we've got Gary and Angela Johnson from the Hokanui Club in Gore. I've got to get the or in there for them. Gary's a very good bowler in his own right, and Angela was in the final of the ladies' fours.
And she said, no one actually notices me because I was wearing a hat.
Yes, well, you know, her coloured hair is there. And so we're just seeing Gary deliver there. And they're playing the Freeths, Viv and Murray from the Beckenham Bowling Club in Christchurch. They've been around the game for 16 odd years, and they haven't been travelling that well at the moment.
They're spoilers. Right?
Yeah, they're here to upset Gary. Gary needs it. He tells me they had 3 great wins at Queenstown yesterday, and stubbed their toe twice today, and one big time. The second one they got slapped around fairly badly apparently. Whereas the Freeths had 3 losses and 2 wins.
And you can see the brown bowl there of Murray Freeth.
Oh, this is a bit different. Boy-girl combination up the top. Normally the men will pair off with the men and the ladies pair off
there's
the
no
ladies.
set you have to play male-male or anything like that, do you?
No, not at all.
So you have the pink bowl of Angela Johnson, and it is the brown as such, that bowl for Murray Freeth.
Yep.
And I
So the
don't
Johnsons
suppose-
are playing with the XGs
Right.
for everyone that wants to know, and the Freeths are playing with SRs.
And just for the non-bowlers, what does that mean?
Just different brand of bowls.
There's no
two
sort of
companies.
different weight or anything like that between the two?
Just the XGs are made by Henselite in Australia, and the SRs are a Taylor bowl made out of the UK.
Murray Freeth, a couple of nice bowls to open up with.
Okay, got to be happy with that on the first end.
Is there any reason that we do go male-male usually? Or female-female?
No, it's just sometimes you can do it deliberately to psych someone out. But yeah, no, there's no rhyme or reason to it. Some like to look beyond it, and if there's an extra end, who do they want skipping the 15th end? Some look that far out.
Oh, this is Gary Johnson. And his first bowl. Quite a proud town when it comes to bowls, Hokanui.
Yes.
Or Gore.
Yes, and they've got 3 clubs down there within walking distance to each other, really. They've got Hokanui, Gore and Gore RSA, literally just down the road.
For a population, I would estimate maybe 10,000 perhaps. I'm not totally sure.
Don't know.
That's a lot of clubs.
Yep, and down in Matara there's a bowling club down there as well. So
And
very good bowl.
we have Viv Freeth as the left-hander, as you would have seen there.
Yes, that was well spotted with the watch on the other hand when we interviewed them both, or all the bowlers just before there, just to get a wee bit of information for our viewers.
Well, yeah, we were discussing how many left-handers there are. Yes, there's sprinkling, but they haven't managed to really play too many on our TV rink.
No, well, probably Richard Gervin, Ali Forsyth, international players for New
Ali's
Zealand.
over at the Australian League at the moment.
Yep, and Gervo, lefties.
I'm just watching the feet and then the body and how it ends up from the mat.
Yeah,
Fascinates me.
Okay.
I think it fascinates every coach as well, is where the feet and how the bodies shape up and line up.
Well, the theory is it's where your anchor foot points is where the bowl was going to go. theoretically, if you're bowling to straight
I
lines.
love that, theoretically.
Yeah, well, for every theory, there's a counter one somewhere. As we're saying, we went out there before to talk to these bowlers, and I can assure you it is a very warm Central Otago day today. Gary's on a good line here.
Great ball, mate.
Well, he didn't smile for us. He just seemed to be, well, that's where I wanted to put it.
Yep. Yeah, well, he had lots of chances to catch anything in there. He just got the perfect result with the jack, so happy days.
Interesting little technique there with Viv. Almost licks the lips.
Yep.
Licks their fingers, puts them to the lips.
Everyone's sort of got a wee tick or idiosyncrasy. I know I fiddled with my cap before I deliver the bowl. Just a bit short there.
And just if you can't see where the jack is, it's just a little further back.
Out to the side, probably on a 45-degree angle from the 2-metre mark. Yep, we get back there.
There we go,
there we
we've
go.
got it.
Thing that we didn't check was that the Beckenham people have got their Beckenham bowls stickers on, so that's just got to keep a bit of an eye on it. So we've got the pink XGs and the blue of Hokanui versus the black speckle and the brown from the Freeths from Beckenham.
Now the brown can look quite blackish in the sun,
Yeah,
but at the moment we're looking at, let's have a look here.
that's one blue, so that's looks like the Johnson bowl, the shot with the black speckle
And
in
that's
front of it at sort
Viv.
of 12 o'clock. That's Viv's bowl.
And there we go, Angela Johnson making her way back down the end. Let's have a little look at what she can do here with her pink bowl.
Yep.
Just gets the point.
Probably safer on this hand.
On this hand here,
Yep. Just see if you can treat yourself through.
between those two brown bowls.
Yep.
Okay. Looks like she's trying to. She's been given the instructions. There's a bit of.
That would appear to be quite a long way to come round to where the jack is.
Yep. She's just a bit high, but she'll get back a fair way. But not enough.
What's Murray Freeth looking at here?
He's just looking to draw a shot. Yeah, he's only got one bowl on the head, so he can't afford to go raiding. He's breaking in. Nailed the line.
Try one down here. It's not going to turn.
Okay. Have we still got the top?
We're still holding.
Okay.
Very interesting that Gary refused to take the mic and handed it to the boss, Angela.
Yeah, exactly. I'm sure there was a discussion about that.
Yeah.
And this is late curve away. Hasn't been a successful end for Angela Johnson.
No. No.
And the last bowl of this particular, well, the first end that is, for Murray Freeth. Not quite happy with that. How's this one going to come around, Steve? Do you think it's got the legs, got the angle?
He's Not far away. I think he's just fair effort. So it's the Johnsons.
All right, so the Johnsons take, well, just the one.
Just the one.
The Johnsons take a 1-0 lead after the first end.
Very good bowl for Gary to drag the jack there when he was at least 4 down.
So a little bit of a, I guess we'll call it a sedate start to the competition, to this match.
Oh, it's always good to get that first end under your belt on the board.
Although this is how we started with the previous match.
Yeah, what was it?
Yeah, it was sort of 1-1.
1-1-1 and then a
Yeah.
4, I think, from memory.
And then we had the dramatic ending of being even.
Oh, yeah.
And then being, wow, switch around at the end with a couple of collisions and a couple of bowls going everywhere, really. Bit of pinball, bit of
Yes.
snooker. Throw it all together.
Yes, I'm sure they'll relive that, and that'll be told over a lemonade or two in the bar
Well,
tonight, and
even if-
how we held game. And
Oh, gee. And even losing it, you have to describe, well, we lost it, but it was only because of this hit this.
yeah. Well, the good news is, well, one team's through and the other still got a chance. They only got to win their last game.
There's not much of a gap or a break in between. So probably
No.
half an hour at the most sometimes.
Yep. It's just to keep it moving through. Whilst we get long sunsets here, it's just about moving it through, and so people are, especially the ones that are way out at Waipiata today. Like it's another. They finish,
Yeah.
hydrate, and then got an hour and a bit travelling back into home base.
So let's have a look now. Viv Freeth and her second bowl. Should we have a look at the delivery?
Very economical delivery. Not a lot going wrong there. So
No.
other than when the bowls are landing up.
Yeah, but the delivery was all good. It just didn't end up quite where she wanted. It wasn't as bad in the end.
Oh,
Could have
it's-
been a little bit deeper.
Yeah, it's about 5 foot short, but look at that. So
What about Murray Freeth? He does what I've seen a lot of bowlers. They have the bowl in their right hand, the fingers there, and they put the left hand with a couple of fingers just above the elbow, just above
Yep.
the middle of the arm there, and release it that way. It's sort of almost holding or tapping
yeah, for some
the arm.
it's for pushing the arm out so that you're not swinging inside out of the body. If you're swinging, if you've got your hand outside your hip line, it's straight back, straight forward. Whereas if you've got your hand in front of you, you've got to figure eight it out and around. So
Well, we'll have a look
and
on
it's
this next one.
it's funny enough, it's a Canterbury thing.
Okay.
Very much. There's probably the best bowler, the exponent of it was Andy Curtin, ex New Zealand. If you're out there, Andy, shout out, mate.
Here we go. You can see it there. Two
Yep.
fingers just above the middle section of the arm, just above the forearm. Puts it there, and then just takes it off at the last moment.
Yep.
And there's been a few like that.
Yep. Again, it's just about finding something you can do end after end, bowl after bowl, or bowl after bowl, end after end. It's a better club, this one.
That's quite nice.
Yep.
And as you can
Good start
see,
from Murray.
it's picking up 3. So we have had already 4 exciting days, and that was the Summerset National Fours. This one coming around a little bit for Angela Johnson, just sitting behind.
That's a good shot.
Oh,
Good
she
shot.
sits the right way as well.
Yep.
Drops the right way.
Yep.
So we did have the teams of Rodney Greeny
Yep.
as the skip for the men's fours, which won there. And it was Val Smith, the skip for the women's, who was up against Angela Johnson.
That's right.
And she just loved it with her team of Southlanders or Central Otago
Central
players.
Otago girls, yep.
And
They had a ball.
they loved it.
Yep.
I think they also loved that they came up against Val Smith and Deb White in particular.
Yep. Yep.
And how they gave them a good run for their money as such.
Absolutely. I'd say the Rodney and the boys will be still celebrating somewhere. There's
I'm sure they will be.
social media can be a bit cruel, but there's a very good photo of Rodney just checking out the inside of his eyelids, still cuddling the Force trophy. He might have blinked at the time it was taken, but he definitely looked like he was. He might have had one lemonade too many.
Oh, enjoying it for
yeah.
his team there.
Those boys were
They
pumped.
had to work hard for it.
Oh,
A lot of
and-
games played.
Yep. And they played well, and they're a very good side.
But while we're in the early stages of this particular contest, we should go through all 13 clubs. Of course, Alexandra Bowling Club, and then just down the road, the Alexandra District Club, Arrowtown Bowling Club. That was beautiful calling in there this morning. Bannockburn Bowling Club, Clyde, Cromwell, Omakau, Pateroa, Queenstown Ranfurly, Roxburgh, Waipiata, and of course Wanaka as well to the north. Those are the 13 clubs. I think today we're using 17 greens or something very
Something
close
like
to
that,
it.
Yep. Yep. Both screens at Roxburgh are being used. Both here are being used.
Certainly good to have all 13 clubs involved at some stage over this last 8 days.
Yep.
2 more days. Post-section play tomorrow and the finals on Thursday of the Summerset mixed pairs. Should be a lot of fun. We have, of course, Steve, you know, we've got some almost celebrity teams
Yep.
in a way, that we have the 2 singles champions and they're the under 30s as well.
Yeah.
Sheldon and Selena there.
Oh, look at this.
Gee,
That
where's it take it?
Still could be down a couple. Oops. Yeah.
It
Don't know
appears that
about the
we
back.
do have a speckled. Well, who's this?
Speckled
That
bowl back
bowl
there.
there.
Yep. Okay, so it's gone back to the Freeth combination bowl.
that's
So it
fit.
was a very good result. Played on to Murray's brown bowls.
No, he's wiping off that chalk. He doesn't like that chalk.
No, well, they thought that was the toucher, but that was the bowl punched onto that bowl, so it looked like, and that was the bowl that moved the jack, but it wasn't a toucher. Oops.
What was he checking for there? Just didn't
Oh, I
feel
think
comfortable.
I think he might have. Am I on the right bias? have I got the wee dot on the inside? I've seen a few of those this week, just quietly. It's not badly down. Just depends if it's going to hang around when it's turning.
Just a nice sedate start to this particular contest. Into the second end, and at 1 point the Johnson combination.
And the Freeths are holding there according to Murray, who had a look there. So Gary's bowl that's sitting about 9 o'clock didn't change anything.
And the Freeths looking for their first win as such, although they can't make post-section. But it's still nice to end on a win, even if you don't make post-section.
Yep, yep.
And the Johnsons, they need to win this, don't they, to stay in? Is that
Johnsons need this to go through for tomorrow. As they just pointed out before, they had 3 at Queenstown, obviously liking the artificial track.
right? Yes.
Funny enough, because Hokanui's got an
Ah,
artificial
okay.
track.
There you go.
So he's not badly down again. This is a very good bowl.
That is very nice.
Oh, and a toucher, moving it up the green. It might have
There you go, the spray.
might have brought that one at 9 o'clock in, because it just moved it up an inch or two.
So where is Viv going to go? If you were directing her and giving her advice, what are you going to say? Or he's not too sure.
No. That's a tough shot.
Yeah, yeah, they've been giving some tough advice.
Yes. She's giving it a shake. Oh, just kicked.
Oh,
That was looking like it's that was looking right on track, but just hung high. Yeah. Do you know what that means?
so our points will go.
It'll
Going
be
one or
another one
two?
to the Johnsons.
Just the one?
Just the one.
All right. Nice little comeback from looking one down. They've switched it around.
Yep. Well, they were holding. It was ahead of changing fortunes. You know, who was holding changed 2 or 3 times.
I mean, that's the thing. You can have a early good bowl, which doesn't necessarily mean it's going to stay that way.
Dead right. They reckon, you know, the best leads, you know, the best leads bowls because they're all chipped and got paint missing off them. So because they're getting them close and they're getting bashed off.
So I think we just had a little note here, Steve,
Yep.
and it refers to 66.
So there's 66 qualifiers already. So there's 66 teams have got the prerequisite 4 out of 4 wins, and there are. So if that's 110, so what's that, 34? There are 44 games going on at the moment that if the right people win those games, we could have potentially 110 qualifiers for the event.
That makes the draw and the scheduling for tomorrow very awkward for a couple of people, doesn't it?
More than a couple. It's going to be a long day because we're going to have to stretch 4 games in.
Here or change sides?
Right.
Because, yeah, like if that's...
If we get to
well, if we-
110,
if we-
making it through.
Well, we're over 64 anyway, so there's going to be 1 game played with X number of people to bring it to 64. The second game will bring it to 32. Third game to 16. We need down
Right.
to 8.
Yeah.
So there's 4 games for a lot of people tomorrow, potentially, or a dozen or so. At the moment, there's 4
It's
people.
looking that way, isn't
4
it?
people are going to be playing 4 games tomorrow.
Well, I guess that
Potentially.
This time, though, it is in reality 2.5 hours rather than the possible 3 hours of the
Yeah.
fours.
Yeah.
And if they run down between ends,
Look,
It's not gonna
yeah, like if they're not mucking around, walking around the head and following bowls and
Yeah.
having those mid-court conferences, they'll easily get through in good time. It's just that with in particular, the quicker greens, because it takes longer it takes 20 seconds to get from one end to the other versus 15 or 16, just over X number of bowls, it just takes a bit longer to get through the games.
and perhaps with the sun and the next couple of days are going to be, well, predicted, according to the Weather Watch, 26, 27, or
Yep.
thereabouts. Yeah, you have to probably take things a little bit slower or get a bit of shade where you can.
Yeah, well, you see lots of, you can see drink bottles on the side there, and
There's
and
no
the other
rules,
beauty
is
of the
there?
sport, there's always sunscreen around the clubs for people to put on.
Is there any rules about what you can have ringside?
Brown.
Oh, not really.
Good bowl.
Oh, that's nice. Is it going to
Very good.
stay there? It's going to
Yep.
stay in that. No.
It'll still be shot though.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's the old trick of aim for the bowls bag. That's where my line is, and then it works great until someone moves the bowls
Yes. Strategic bagging.
bag. Yeah.
We just made up a new term there. But
I'm not sure where that fits in the glossary of terms.
no, it probably doesn't, but we just made it up.
Yeah. That's a good
Yeah,
effort.
come out
That's
this way.
changed it. Blocks that other hand off. So goes having a wee change.
It's Gary Johnson there at the mat, and with the bowl here, it's
Good trick again. It might be just a wee bit heavy. You sit on that, be all right.
too much of a run.
Yeah, no, too much juice. And it's the way it works at times on the ditch hand can be quicker, just because it's been walked through when the green plays the other way.
And this one just, oh, it's coming nice.
It's coming in
well,
hot as well.
it actually replaced the one that was there already
Yeah.
almost.
Yeah, the boys just didn't pick the change of sides. Oh no, sorry, that was Viv, wasn't it?
Yeah, that was Viv up there. I love how it doesn't matter whether it's male, female, or two females together.
Yeah, well, I think like in that's a good bowl there.
Look at
Covers
that.
all those. And
Just a
takes
little
them out.
pyramid. And here we go. Viv Freeth here. Stands with their feet almost to the side initially and then turns
Yeah,
a late turn of her body, almost a swivel.
yeah, she's almost stepping across
Yeah.
herself. This is somewhere in the zone. What's she got? Oh,
Oh, that's not
two
gonna
down
help.
now.
Yeah. So 2 down. It's been a very, yeah, there we go. There's the 2. Been a very steady start. Just 1 point for the Johnsons. Potentially 2 here.
Yeah, well, in the early parts, you know, they're trying to just find the line and find the speed for both sides. If Gary
Yeah,
chops
sit on
in
that.
here,
That's good. That's okay.
Gee, you could
you
just
wouldn't
draw a
want,
circle around them, couldn't you?
yeah, he wouldn't have wanted to get the jack with that pace, but good things happen. Actually flying again. We were talking before about Waipiata being a borstal way back in the days, and those viewers with us at the moment know Bill Clements, the local legend. Just ask him. There's not too much Bill doesn't know, but he's texted me. Thanks, Bill. Waipiata started as a sanatorium in the 50s for TB patients. So they were sent, yeah, for
What a
obviously the
history.
dry heat and all that. Then it converted to a borstal.
What a history.
And yeah, you wouldn't want to be in the borstal because I'm thinking there wouldn't be too much heat in those cells or
No.
those
Oh.
rooms. And
They wouldn't have
the
been
middle of
giving you
central
nice
Otago
blankets.
in the
Oh,
in winter
gee.
gets a tad chilly. Thanks for the update, Bill.
That's
Appreciate
great.
it, matey.
If anybody wants to update us through Steve about which club is oldest, Christchurch or Auckland, or any of the clubs, the 13 clubs which we have which are involved here in Central Otago for the Summerset National Fours and then Summerset National Mixed Pairs, feel free to come on through. If you got if you got his number, send him a text.
Yeah.
Of course, we are on Bowls New Zealand at YouTube and on Sky Sport, the pop-up channel as well.
Yeah, surprisingly, I've got a text from Bob Smith, and I'm not too sure what his wife Muffy's doing, but she's normally the one that's tapping away there. So obviously you're in charge today, Bob. Well done, you. It's not a million miles away, this.
Oh, that was.
It's right
Where's it taken it?
to his bowl.
Yeah.
Great shot there from Murray. Oh, Angela's not waiting for Gary to tell her what to do.
No, exactly. She said, I made the final of the fours, you didn't.
Yeah, well, that's probably why she's up that end and Gary's down this. It's a fair effort. Just running a fraction.
Oh, gee, it was fairly close, but a little bit too far in the end. And one more bowl for both Murray and for Angela.
They could be holding a number here. because
certainly be able
Viv's
to
got
tell.
those black speckled. And you don't see too many black, and see the black sort of thing there. Oh, the pink one's in the road, isn't it?
Are we going to get a ricochet from anything here?
No.
No, nothing that's going to help.
Ah, okay. So it's either could be two.
That was a great bowl.
2.
Oh,
Just
the
2.
Oh, you had a perfect shot.
All right, that evens up the score at 2 apiece, and that is after, well, coming into the 4th end.
We've even
There
got
we go.
John Macbeth listening in and texting. How you going, Johnny? Hope you got your yellow card with you, mate. You know it'll cost you if you can't produce it.
And, of course, we did discuss about Macbeth and his dislike of the multicoloured bowls,
Oh,
particularly
yes.
the ones that are like the Australian ones,
Yep.
which he finds hard to see. I'm sure he'll
w-
come back
Was he
up to
struggling
that.
with Val's bowls? They're sort of a bit
Yeah,
flickery.
I think it was actually Val's
Was it?
particular bowls.
they're
And he
making mild
particularly
ones.
disliked those, and a lot of the ones that are used in Australia, which are very much like,
Yeah,
perhaps it's just the Australian colours he struggled with,
yeah.
but when they roll, they give a two-tone almost flashing at you.
Yep, it can do that.
And they're banned from Raumati.
Yeah, and they'll be wearing brown lace-up shoes and stuff like that as well.
Yeah, correct. Brilliant.
Now, to be fair, John does a great job at Raumati. He's got that club hanging along as Grand Poobah, so he's doing very well there.
I hesitated to ask, Raumati is between where and where? I'm sure I've driven through there enough. I think you have to. Oh, don't look at me like that. You meant to help me.
Somewhere north of Wellington, isn't it?
That far behind.
Oh dear. He's now going to be coming
Oh.
through
Yeah,
very shortly on that one.
it's on the Kapiti coast somewhere.
I'm trying to imagine because I'm sure I've driven past and noticed it.
Oh, it's not on the main highway. I
It's
think you've
not?
got to go in off the main highway. don't you?
Okay. Well,
Okay, John.
come on through.
Text
We're
me,
waiting.
brother.
Directions, please.
Or do I have to Google map it?
This looks better, babe.
That might be the quickest way.
Yep. You're in.
Good bowl.
And that's a nice one
Great
there
bowl
from
from Gary.
Gary Johnson. You can see Gary Johnson with the blue bowls.
Good ball.
And a bit of praise there from his wife. And that is Murray and Viv Freeth. Murray with the brown coloured bowls. Wandering on down there. Oh, here's Gary and Viv. Let's watch Murray Freeth now. Oh, has to duck his head down. Isn't too sure about that one.
Okay, so I've figured out Raumati is north of Paikokariki
Okay.
and Paraparaumu. Well, they call it Paraparam, don't they? Sort of thing.
I think
So
you
it's
can
up
only
there.
do that if you're a local.
Okay, it's in that area, folks.
Okay. And look it up if you're going to be travelling through there and you want to have a go.
Yep.
What does Angela think of this one? I don't think she's going to like it. She's moving on from that bowl.
Well, Murray's got a sort of definite pre-shot routine where he sort of everything's the same.
Although just at the end of his delivery, he just gets a little bit off balance, doesn't he?
Yeah, he sort of flicked that one out a bit. He's not a million miles away.
It's actually very nice.
I think he'll take that.
And it's on an angle that
Is it
well, it's probably going
touching
to
or-
drop away, but it's still very close.
Okay. Okay.
Coming up, just resting it, just through.
Bring that green in a wee bit, eh?
That was a touch obvious.
That's Angela for you. She's very much a bit of a hard shot, if you want to put it that way.
She is. Probably, if anything, she was a bit heavy.
So at the moment,
Oh.
we believe it's 1 to the brown bowl of
Yep.
Murray Freeth.
Yeah, Viv put the finger up, so they're holding. Ooh, this is going to change things. Not necessarily for the better, maybe.
From this angle, it still perhaps looks like the brown bowl that just came in,
Yeah,
but it may have to be.
I think. I
a
heard
little bit of a-
Gary says one down.
Gee.
Yep, Murray just about ruined it.
Oh, still flying. It's not hard
Oh,
to
it-
do either.
Almost got a good bounce.
Well, it's a good result because she's ended up in a real good spot there. So he's not far away. She's got a 4. Oh,
Are we still looking at 1?
yeah, it's one of those ones, because again the camera angles, folks. It's because the camera's quite some distance away. The angles, what obviously looks like shot sometimes, not even third shot. So.
Cut the green this time. Yep. Just as well.
So a little bit of finger measuring going on.
Looks like the cricket's close, folks, as well, if you're not
We-
watching that or
We don't want
watching
to
that on
spoil
your
it for
phone.
anybody.
Oh,
It could be a spoiler. In the meantime, this is the
close for one of the teams.
Exactly. This is Viv Freeth coming down and up against Gary Johnson. Where is Viv Freeth from, her club?
It's Beckenham in Christchurch, just on the Cashmere Hills, I think they call it. Very nice club. From memory, 2 greens. It's been a while since I've played there.
Oh, but the blue ball
Yep,
there got knocked in,
yep.
which may help, but we're not sure.
We'll
Your
find out
ball's
what.
falling over now.
It's not
Does it?
saying.
Measure now.
Wow, there's 5 Beckenham bowls and
You can come
1
here.
Hokanui bowl in there, and it may be shot just because it was a good bowl, but it fell and the concertina effect. Right, Angela. What's happening here?
Yep, well that's very good. That's made it the shot now. Definitely.
Okay, made it the shot. You heard her.
Yeah.
Murray Freeth just taking a little look to see if she's correct. And Viv Freeth, the left-hander. There's a little bit of work to do here.
she's only one down, and as long as she's in the zone, good things can happen.
Come on, Angela, just step away a little bit.
Yeah, that's high, wide, and handsome, that one.
What's that? I think so. Even like, seriously, even if you just come into here, if you're around this front one here, yeah, as long as you're not racing like I am.
Don't you dare, Gary.
Exactly.
You might have played it pretty well. Get inside there. Oh, good effort.
And good effort.
Two.
We'll just check on that score. Looked to be a 1 initially. We just want to make sure. As we get ready for the 5th end. And they're checking. Certainly a 1. It could be a 2.
Thank you.
This is the competition between the Johnsons and the Freeths. And we have the Johnsons wearing the blue and the Freeths wearing the, I guess, the Canterbury colours as such, the red and the black. So that is a 2 going to the Johnsons. Nice little end. It didn't look that way for quite some time there, Steve.
No, it could have gone either way, really. It's to be fair, the Freeths had more bowls around it. It just didn't pay out.
It's amazing how things change after the, or as you get to the last 1 or 2.
Yep. Well, we saw that in the last end, the game set and match to, we were holding there and a bit of a lucky bag shot and go from the win to the loss. Yep. As Murray has left a bit in his hand there.
Weight's perfect.
There we go. The weight is perfect.
That's code for you missed the line, mate.
Yeah, I was thinking, okay, well, you missed the line, but at least it's in the right depth. Where's that one going, though?
Yeah, he's just got probably he's only about a foot or so higher than he should have been, and just with the wee bit of fall away at the ditch, just they don't get back.
And those 2 first bowls aren't too bad.
They're handy. It's kind of start. Yeah, you don't mind that start.
A little bit of a giggle and a laugh between the combination of Angela and Gary Johnson. And you can see that Angela Johnson has taken a bit of shade.
Don't blame them. It is warm out there.
So what's the warmest that you can recall, or the warmest location that you can recall where it just became not so much unbearable, but it was difficult at times?
In New Zealand?
Yeah, New Zealand.
I'll give you probably 40 guesses and you wouldn't get it.
Okay, well that could take some time.
No, but yeah, give you a couple.
Wow, gee, I'm thinking, don't
And
tell me it's,
remember,
don't
I'm
tell me
from
it's
Dunedin,
Wellington.
and I'm from Dunedin.
Okay, you got to say Dunedin.
No, it wasn't Dunedin.
Invercargill.
Yes. The hottest days bowls
Really?
I've ever had. Yep.
And when was that?
I'll show my age, but that was back in the 90s.
Okay,
It
well,
was
that's
just screaming hot. Yeah, like it was.
And what club was that?
That was, well, funny enough, it was a Dunedin versus Southland rep trip, and yeah, we had a couple of guys tip up, with sunstroke and the whole 9 yards, and it was just, and then we had to travel home in a bus from there.
How long's that journey?
It was far too long, especially with.
Well done.
Ooh.
Well
done.
That's the super swoop, that.
Drop bowls that far in front.
Yes, because
Yeah,
that would be 4 hours,
Oh,
maybe?
probably longer than that because there would be a few hydration stops.
Right. So that people, this is quite a fascinating story, that a couple of your members on that trip,
Running.
on that rep trip,
Righty,
Fair effort, Gary.
actually got some heat stroke from playing in Invercargill.
Yeah.
That would have made their paper down there. The Southland Times would have loved it.
No, it was. It was very warm. It was just one of those days that, wow. And of course, then second place is up through here.
Yeah.
It's a different heat, as you know. It's that beautiful dry heat.
What about the coldest? You've had a few experiences where it's been, you're wearing a few layers.
Maybe you're playing onto
Probably a
yours.
tie between Wellington and Dunedin. The Nationals at Christmas time.
Yeah.
I played in Dunedin one time and it snowed in the new year in Dunedin.
Actually,
It was
that would have been
great.
interesting. I mean, even if it wasn't heavy snow, would that have affected how you bowled? I mean, aside from the cold.
No, well, it wasn't snowing enough to settle,
Right.
but it was, that sleety snow, and man, it was cold. And I've been up at Wellington when it's and the wind there, and it just a southerly come through, and man.
What club would that have been in Wellington?
Oh, they use all the clubs there, and I think I was playing out of, might have been up at Jayville, Johnsonville or something like that we were playing, but didn't matter where you were, you weren't warm.
Right. Well, we've got the hot and cold all around the country,
You want to come this way?
from Invercargill and the heat
Yeah.
to a few other places where it's not so warm. What about the club that, for you, that you've worked with or spoken to, which is the most far away? I mean, we've been talking about Wapiata and Patearoa. Some other clubs that you know that are...
I remember going to Ruatoria when they had a club there, but beautiful club over in Gizzy, just up from Gizzy in Tolaga Bay.
I know around Tolaga Bay well.
It's stunning, and it's a great little club there.
And we have to put out a lot of feelings for people around that area, particularly at the moment.
Absolutely.
Sure, quite often the food on the table was probably the odd cray.
Yep. Oh, the ex-president of Bowls New Zealand used to live at Tokomaru Bay,
Yes.
Martin Christensen. So it was always a pleasure to go over there because Martin always had a pot out, and he always come home with a couple of the jewels. So it was really good. Oropuki and the Bowls of Southland, heading over way south, and it's a wee way out.
And a few up north that you visited?
Yeah,
perhaps?
you start getting right up into the Kaitaias and
I think there's
and
a bowls club,
club.
Ahipara, out by the coast, probably the start of the 90 Mile Beach. There seems to be some sort of bowls club there that I recall.
Yeah, there's a couple up there. The names just escaped me. Met 4 guys from way up that way at the Taranaki
More right
Open,
than
and they were good boys. They had a lot of fun, and likes there. So, and you got other little remote clubs around. Yeah.
Murray Freeth here. The distinctive brown bowls.
Well, they're holding shots, so everything.
They're only
just
holding
spring.
one though at the moment until we
Yep.
see this one not coming around. No, so just still on one, it would seem.
Val might have a wee. Angela might have a wee flick at this. We've got 2 seconds. Yep, she gave it a chance. Just a bit high. So, is the bonus time for the Freeths?
Looking for more than one. I don't know if we're going to get that.
No, you sort of. So that'll be one to the Freeths at 4-3 after 5. No one's got the mini break yet.
And
So with
Steve-
your
oh, sorry, go ahead.
with your tennis background, who's the best man you've ever seen play?
It's an interesting one, particularly over the last almost 20 years. We've had 3 of the greats, or
Yeah.
3 of the greatest. Of course, Novak Djokovic, Roger Federer, Rafael Nadal, a couple of others who are fairly good around that time as well. And we do have Andy Murray, and of course, well, people forget Stan Wawrinka won 3 Grand Slams.
Yep.
But he just says, don't put me in the same group as them. But
And there was Sampras before them too.
yeah,
wasn't
Sampras, I saw him play a lot. A few others as well, Steffi Graf,
Yep.
Navratilova. Navratilova is a great person for a chat. She's
Right.
fantastic. She's actually been around Central Otago
Oh, okay.
quite a bit, and hiking in the hills.
All right.
Oh, this one's quite a nice first bowl.
It's handy.
Yep.
Handy start. That's what you got to do.
And there's been a few others that I've chatted with or ended up in this sitting next to on the shuttle bus out to the tennis, wherever it may be. I think for me, I love the gracefulness of Roger Federer, yet he hits with so much power. Well, did hit, he's now retired. He was a very, very good skier. Also loves a bit of squash for training,
All
because
right.
of fitness. Knows what cricket is,
Right.
because of his mother being South African. And yeah, I just love the gracefulness. Whereas with Nadal, you got a lot of energy put into every shot. And
Yep.
nothing wrong with that. It's a naturally right-handed person who plays golf right-handed as well, who plays tennis left-handed. And nice little connection, but it pushes it.
Still 2 to the Freeths, Beckenham.
And then you've got Novak Djokovic, who is phenomenal that he can keep his intensity
Right.
for so long and just keep on remaining intense. When you think you've won a point 5 different times, he's still there in the point.
Yep. He's chasing everything.
Yeah, he's counter-puncher, and he's become a harder and stronger hitter as he's got older,
Oh, okay.
which seems to defy logic. And I look at bowls in a sense, and what I see in New Zealand is, I won't call them young guns, but younger players. You know, Sheldon, Selena, and there's others. David Motto has really impressed me as a 16-year-old,
Yeah.
and how they are there. However, you can still keep going into whatever age. I think Kernahan said that he came back at age 60. I think he might have been selected again for New Zealand at
Yep.
age 60.
Yeah.
And that to me that's great.
Yeah.
I love that. I love that in the Commonwealth Games. Our Commonwealth Games team, which went to Birmingham, had several players that were in their 20s.
Yep.
Yet I think we also may have had a 60-year-old in there as well, or something similar.
Yep. But that's the beauty of the sport, is that you can be of any age, of any ability or disability, and still be competitive. And on any given day, if the god of bowls is smiling on you, you can get up and have that win. You see, like at the Nationals here, there's some superstar teams.
Didn't make it.
Didn't make it this year.
How is that accepted, knowing that potentially you, the individual playing in your fours or mixed pairs in this case, that you're technically and generally the better combination, the better player, yet you get beaten by maybe a group of club mates having a bit of a laugh. Well, not having a laugh, but competing for the first time.
Yeah, in the main, like the guy, when the top guys get beaten, they're beaten by some people that can play the game. But the top guys do the better shots more often, and that's the key. Like Roger Federer gets it over the net more often than other ones in good places, and that's what happens with the good bowlers. as opposed to, you know, like anyone can turn up and, you know, whack, whack, wobble off a bowl and you can get a great result. Hard to do it over 14 ends or 18 ends or whatever, so they can win ends, but when you look through the results like this year and the ones that sort of take them out, I think, you know, like Gary Lawson had an outstanding side.
Yeah.
And Southland boys got him.
Exactly.
And yeah, it was only 1 or 2 shots in it, but at the end of the day, you know, myself last year, 2 years ago in the fours, you know,
I mean, your team wasn't bad.
oh yeah, we could all play, but you know, like Kernahan skipping, Pascoe at 3, Shannon McElroy world champion at 2, and Kelvin Scott off the front.
mean,
and
if
you
you-
go on paper, we're 100 to 1 in
Exactly.
a 2-horse race. But you
So
know,
how tell me about that. Tell me about that final. How did you come through for the title? Yes, you could all play. You know, you went out, but how did you actually beat that team in the final?
I think we just had more bowls closer at times, and Morris played a couple of bombs at the right time, and the element of luck again came into it, where I can remember at least 2 or 3 occasions where they drove and the bowl's inches away from the jack and they take the bowl off clean. If the bowler got clattered into the jack, it would have killed, it would have went anywhere, and we were still left holding numbers. So, you know, Lady Luck had a bit to play with it, skill had a bit to play with it, and we were on a dodgy rink that one hand was harder than it should have been, and happy days.
Oh, it was
Okay.
for you. Wasn't for the other team.
No, so we're just getting down to the last couple of bowls here, team, and
And Johnson with the pink ball.
she's looking to cut a couple out here. If she gets the jack, it'll be good. Not so good.
No.
So I'm seeing Beckenham bowls around the jack at the moment.
Sorry, dear. You'll have to.
Little whack with the
Sorry,
towel.
dear. But help.
Oh, a little whack with the towel.
Yeah. You can do it.
I think there'll also be, don't forget, I made the final. The final of the fours,
Oh, it's
you didn't.
yeah.
This is Viv Freeth, the left-hander for the combination from Christchurch.
So those 4 just round the jack there. That's all theirs. They're brown and the black. So
That'd be hard to get through.
it's, you know, like, and the Gary's going to have to play a perfect bowl. Yep. To get out of this.
So he's got to come round and possibly
It'll be that
hit
one
the
at 12
jack.
o'clock.
and push the jack further on
If
towards
he,
the pink.
if he can take it towards the pink, he's going to pick up 3. But
In the meantime, it looks as though we've got 4
yep, 4 to the
Freeth combination.
yep. Start that again. Deep breath. Nope. Okay, Gary, time to be a hero.
What does Gary have to do here?
He's got to draw a shot. He's got to give the bowl a chance for a start. You know, like his first one was a good yard short.
Good to see you, Gary.
So
He hasn't got the turn. He hasn't.
it's going to run
Oh,
on.
almost. But it is going to be a.
Ooh,
We think it's a 4.
let's see what happens with the kicking.
I don't think it cut in here.
1, 2, 3.
3.
I don't know. I might just measure.
The size 7 comes into it.
I'm
Using his shoes. Oh. So it's a 3 at the present time. We
Yep.
wait for the measurement, whether it's a 4.
Yep, it did.
4.
Well done, you cut one out, love.
Oh,
It is a
3.
4.
No, it's 3. One put 4
Oh,
up,
sure.
the other put 3
no, he
up.
put up 4.
No, it looks like
Okay, we're
it's
going
3.
with 3.
Go with the 3 at the stage.
Okay, we'll go with the 3.
Hi, Susie. Good, how are you?
Takes them to 6 and takes them into the lead as well.
Oh,
So the
First time in
Freeth's in the
front.
lead. That is 6-4 after, well, going into the 7th.
oh, that's all right.
Of course, this is the Summerset mixed pairs.
I think we're...
Thank you very much to our great sponsors, Summerset, and of course to all the clubs as well. All around the Central Otago region. Got Dave Worsley here and Steve Beale. So Steve, you enjoyed your time coming down, looking at a few facilities?
Oh, I always enjoy Central Otago. As I said, I grew up in Miller's Flat, so soon I'm around
Just tell me,
here.
where is Miller's Flat exactly?
About 10 miles south of Roxburgh.
So between, is on your way to Dunedin, is
yeah,
that right?
On your way to Dunedin. So this is certainly the spiritual home, even though I'm Tauranga based, so I love it up through here. The good weather.
Oh, great bowl, mate.
Gets a bit
Oh,
gets
gee.
a bit chilly in the winter, but just generally means you're not wearing enough clothes if you get cold. But yeah, I like this. It's a stunning playground. The whole Central Otago.
And from Alexandra, which has been the headquarters,
Yeah,
to get to, say, Dunedin, how long would that take?
2.5. There's a bit of roadworks there. They're rebuilding the Beaumont Bridge, so you get stuck at the lights there for a bit, get your turn to come across. So. Well, see if Murray can repeat the dose. He gave it a bit of a wave, so I'm not sure that he thinks he has.
Well, it was a nice end, 4.
That's
Nice one.
3.
3.
3 in the end.
Yeah. Well, we were a bit confused at times. I'm sure I saw 4 fingers go
Yeah,
up.
we did. I think Viv put up 4 and Angela says 3, so and that's what's on the. That's what we're going with. Tamara's having a look. 6-4.
There we go. That we're getting nods of approval that we had the score correct there, because the players themselves were giving us different hand signals.
Yeah.
But we look at this, the 7th of 14, and you look at that, Steve, and you just see one beautiful ball right on top of the jack, and the others spread a little bit. Not so far away, though.
No, it's early stages. Whilst the pink bowls aren't holding, they of Angela's, they're in a reasonable position. They may come into play later if the jack gets moved round a bit.
And
But you'd rather be the
how's she feeling
Freeths
there?
at the moment.
Not giving us much emotion on that.
Well, this is the first long end for a while too, I think, coming this way.
Steve, for you, who is the player that you got excited watching? You go, oh, I just want to watch them play when they're at their peak.
To me, the greatest was Kevin Darling
Okay.
back in the day. His weight control on a bowl and his ability to stand a bowl up and all that, and that's by a smidgen. Bellis, Brassey, Morris Symes in his day. All those guys could play. Seriously play. Ian Dickerson, Commonwealth Games gold medalist. I was fortunate enough to play through in the era in Dunedin when one stage their intercentered side of 7 players all had played for New Zealand.
What about overseas? Is there someone that you've seen from another country that, gee, I love watching that person play?
Willie Wood.
I remember
Remember
that
him
name.
from Scotland? Yeah.
Okay.
Yep. Rob Perella used to be, people would turn up to watch Perella, not being the nicest person on the green, but he loved driving. He was a very good driver and a drawer of the bowl, but he had a real hard-nosed attitude. And
That was probably what bowls needed at that time.
oh, personalities. Yeah, we had them back in the day too, with like some Nick Unkovic and some of the stories you can't repeat on TV. But
He was hard-nosed as well.
oh man, was he what? And he wasn't frightened to let you know what he thought or not.
Coming from a Croatian family, yes, you do get that.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's yeah, not in any doubt, are you?
Oh, no.
It's, but the games were David Bryant. Arguably, is touted as the greatest ever.
That's all good.
And you're seeing guys like Alec Marshall now.
Right.
Aaron Sheriff, love him. He's outstanding. You got Ryan Bester,
Perfect.
one of the quickest drivers around, still playing over in Australia.
Do you think we should see more driving in New Zealand? Do you think we see enough, or is there too much?
We probably see it more here because it's an easier shot to play than good weight to just turn stuff out. Whereas in the Australian greens, they're running at 14, 15 seconds, so you can punch around it a bit more. Whereas if you miss your line fractionally here, or your weight, you're miles away, a bit like this.
Yeah.
Right.
You will be.
Whereas in Australia, you've got a definite lane to come down, so it's easy to think there. And they play it a wee bit different over there. They're always reaching. The game's different.
So when you come together, for instance, Aussies and Kiwis, and say Malaysia or the UK,
Yeah.
it's kind of a clash of styles, but on a different surface almost.
Yeah. Well, our guys, when they went over the UK, the high performance program had them. I think it was Rocky Nook built a green of a similar surface, so they could practice on it, because it is different. It is very, very different. It's a bit like probably, I don't know, if you used a rugby analogy, it's like playing in the mud up to your ankles versus a hard and fast track. It's just a different game.
Looking here at Murray Freeth.
Last couple of bowls. Yeah, well, his first bowl hasn't moved,
No.
and nothing's got within a yard of it.
Nothing is near it. I'm not sure what the second would be.
No, this one.
Yeah, by the looks of it, it's going to stay okay.
Yeah.
Oh, that's nice.
And there's potentially another two there, because the one sort of, as we're looking at it, the screen at 7 o'clock is the one of the Freeth bowls, as is the one at 3 o'clock. And again, folks, because we haven't got the... we could get lucky here if he gets onto the back of that.
Is that you?
Oh, that's very lucky.
Wouldn't that rip your nighty?
Oh, that is superb.
Goodness gracious me.
That is superb in a way. Lucky more than anything.
Hope Angela's
You can see-
suitably embarrassed.
You can see Murray's face just go, you've got to be kidding me.
Oh, yikes.
I think Angela's just saying, I'll take it.
Yeah. Yeah. For the Johnsons, the etiquette is not to say anything and just bow your head. Well, he gets around that. Oh, you wouldn't send another one in, would you?
What can Angela Johnson do this time? The last one, well, it worked very well. Almost through no intent.
Overweighted narrow bowl pays dividends. You can see it as a headline.
Oh, yes.
Nope.
So that is just a
Just
one
the one.
for the Johnson & Johnson. Here's the replay.
Look at that. Oh, yikes.
And we're sticking on the scoreboard. There is Freeth and Freeth, that is Viv and Murray, 6-5 up over the Johnsons, Gary and Angela. Just a reminder as well that Angela did make the fours. Well, she made the fours final, yeah. She actually had to say, it was me in the final. Yes, I made it. I was wearing a hat. People probably didn't know it was me. We weren't expected to necessarily make the final, let alone challenge for it against the team skipped by Val Smith.
Yeah, they were out of it for a start and then came back back
nicely.
Yeah.
And it was only really until Val Smith managed to get the jack quite a way up.
Yeah,
and
they won in the end and
tactics.
changed the length.
And that was in the 17th. So the scores here stay close, and it could have been a big last end. However, one relatively lucky bowl just chipped its way in front and knocked out the Freeths from probably 3 to 4 or who knows what.
Could have been, it was definitely 3, could have been 4. And they get shots, so it's a 5-shot swing. Looks like Gary's sent that one high, wide and handsome. Whew.
Yeah, it's pretty warm out there in Alexandra Bowling Club and around all of the Central Otago region at the present time. And quite some competition going on the greens here at Alexandra Bowling Club. Let's have a look at Viv Freeth. Doesn't give much away.
No. So what other major sports have you managed to be part of, a commentary team or?
Well, just recently it's been just about every sport. I think I've got beach volleyball coming up again. I didn't know, well, it's been fun that you actually aren't expected to wear shoes.
Okay.
Here we go, this one's coming up and just across. Now, also working on the FIFA Women's World Cup.
Right.
Some TV there. I interviewed the head of medical for FIFA.
Okay.
Just during the week. It was actually quite funny because we went for a drink afterwards, the two of us. We caught up and had some great conversations, most of which we're not obviously going to talk about. I mean, it's just, we weren't even talking about FIFA, we were talking about life and all sorts of other things, so that was a lot of fun chatting to him. And also squash as well, been something I've been involved in a lot with Paul Cole and Joel King and commentated a lot of squash. And yeah, I really enjoy that. Australian Open was obviously very good. Good to be back in Australia again for the tournament. I think the thing is that you can specialise all you want in sport, but in a small country like New Zealand, there's some media who just want to stick with rugby or whatever. And I think I love the game. I've worked for the All Blacks and NZR, played club rugby, but you need a good bit of variety because it freshens you up for no matter what you do.
Yep.
And I've enjoyed being around bowls because I think you can appreciate that here we have, what is it, a couple there, the Freeths, who I don't know if they've won any club titles.
I think, I think Murray said he'd got about, he's won about 10 or 12 or something like that, and Viv's won about 4 or 5 in 16 years, so they're journeyman good club bowlers.
And they're okay with that.
Yes.
They don't expect to win the centres or the nationals, but they're in here because they want to and because they want to enjoy it. And I can appreciate that if they did come up against some big guns,
they'd give it a shot.
Yeah, and why not?
Yeah.
I mean, just think, wouldn't you have always wanted to see how you'd go in any sport against the
best,
top competitors?
Yep.
Whether it's in bowls or anything else. I don't think I really would have wanted to face a couple of the Aussie quick bowlers coming at me if I was in the nets. No, I probably wouldn't have. I'd like to maybe watch them that close up, but I don't think I'd want to face them.
No.
As for tackling a couple of All Blacks at club rugby, there were some big people, but they wouldn't have had quite the oomph. But you just want to see things close up, and I can appreciate how
Yeah, that's the beauty of this sport. You know, like an average club tennis player is not going to beat Roger Federer or Novak Djokovic or Serena Williams or anything like that. But bowls, the average club bowler can beat Peter Bellis and Val Smith and Joe
That's what makes it so
Edwards
special, though.
Yeah. And it was really neat. My qualifying section, we had we had a player in a chair and playing out of a wheelchair, and there was a couple of boys there playing with bowling arms. So,
Have you tried using a bowling arm?
yeah, it's not easy. It's not easy.
cut the
It
grass.
takes practice. But it's kept a heck of a lot of people in the game that would otherwise have been lost because, you know, back problems, knee problems, or whatever. So, very pleasingly at Bowls NZ, we've, you know, if you want to use one, you can. Whereas I think in Australia, you've got to get a medical certificate to play with one. Yeah, really?
So potentially, if you were good enough, or anybody was good enough and they used a bowling arm, and they were going to compete in that international event or in an event in Australia,
Yeah.
a New Zealander using one would be okay,
Yeah.
or would they need a medical as well?
That is a very good question. Mark Cameron, where are you?
Exactly.
I can't give you a definitive on that.
Am I going to be under that grey bowl?
Check if she can actually get under the grey bowl.
Because I remember as a wee while back, the Australian Open, I think from memory, there was a guy that got to the final with an arm playing an able-bodied guy.
Well, that knocked out one of Murray Feast's bowls, but I'm not sure that it's actually changed too much.
Okay, so that sounded like Viv saying, we've still got it.
So we're in the 8th of 14, remembering that in the last game we actually saw an extra end to decide who was winning. And it came down to the very last bowl and a ricochet, several ricochets.
Yeah. Sits this blue bowl, the
Okay,
So
what are we
it's-
looking at? We're looking at how many?
possibly 3 of those brown bowls. At 9 o'clock, 3 o'clock and 7ish.
Yeah, I'm not sure if any of the pink even come into it.
No. So it's pink and blue versus brown at the moment, and it looks like it's all brown.
Here we go with the long view from the bowling mat, and the jack is sitting out almost by itself.
Yep. Because it's down in that, you know, real slick area, you've just got to be breaking in at the exact speed. As we've seen bowls just keep, you know, looking like they're good, and they're just wandering through.
It's Gary Johnson from the Hokanui Club. What do you think, Steve?
He needs
Pick
the
that up
jack.
if you like. Oh,
Oh,
Didn't
I
quite
am
get
sure
the
that
jack.
Angela was going to say something rude then.
Okay, so it still looks like 1 brown for sure.
Well, it's gone from 3
Yeah,
to 1,
To
possibly 2.
2. Murray stuck 2 fingers up. Looks hard to get in there with those front bowls and sort of right in the draw line. Just got to put them out of your brain and just go, they're not there, they're not there. Isn't it funny how straight out of the hand she knew it was going to be no good.
Yeah. Gary come down for a little look. Oh,
Not
I
easy.
guess it's inviting to have that almost straight down,
Yeah,
but you can't really go straight, can you?
not on that ditch hand. You need to be taking. By the look of it, he's got to just navigate that short, wide bowl. and just get just under it with the right weight. If you stand the bowl up, that would help a wee bit too, just to take the wee bit of the turn out of it. But
And pushing the buttons for us, well, we do have Tamara and also Colin has stepped in. Thank you very much to the team. The team behind the scenes from Bowls New Zealand.
he's a bit quick by the look of it.
Hang on,
Oh,
if
they've
keeps
done it
rolling,
again.
It might push it to us.
All right, let's have another look.
Oh, goodness gracious. Oh no, it's one of these.
No, it's the Viv's bowl that's been pushed in.
Yep.
And is now right on top of the jack.
So they're lying 3.
Viv has to be very happy with that.
Happy days.
Makes her job a lot easier.
Oh, Murray's happy. Oops.
And I believe we've got
Be 2 now, I was thinking.
2.
2. 3 up to 2 up.
Okay, so that'll take the scores to 8-5.
Yep.
Well, someone's happy somewhere. I'm
Yep.
not sure if it's us. Not quite on this end just yet.
No.
I'm just checking on that score to make sure we are correct.
No, I'm all good. Yeah. I probably got one in my bag.
And we
too.
believe it is 8-5.
Yep. Next to Mark.
8-5 going into the 9th end. We have, well, just 5 remaining, including this.
Yep. The Freeth's got a wee mini break there.
Yeah, it is. Well, I think they'll be happy to get that back, considering they had one of those turned around completely.
Absolutely.
It was about 3 ends ago.
That's right. That's the thing with the luck with it. You know, you play long enough, it goes round.
Mike Kernahan said his wife wasn't so keen on bowls because she believed there was too much luck.
All right. Wow, she's lucky that
Considering
Mike
it's
she's
almost
lucky
his
that Mike
job.
goes away to bowls.
Yeah, exactly. it's one of his main jobs, and
Yep.
there we go.
Yeah, no, lovely Jan. She's a good
I
girl.
love that.
Yeah.
Look at the lovely greens all in a row.
That's a nice second bowl. So tell me other sports that you like there, Steve. You're a cricket fan.
Oh, I'm not
Get under it.
big on it, but I understand the game today is
One particular
Close.
game in particular today.
Blackjacks.
And yeah, the Black Caps. Well,
Or
you want to tell us what occurred with the Black Caps, do you think?
I understand they won by 1 run.
Exactly, in the second cricket test against England. I don't
Especially
know
after
how they
getting
did it.
smashed in the first, didn't they?
Yeah, they got completely put away in the first, and the second test wasn't exactly looking good for them.
No.
So if you, I think you can rewind on that if you didn't want to hear the result. Sorry
Yep.
about that, folks. We just ruined it. It was Steve's fault.
Yeah.
But congratulations there to the team, and I'm sure there'll be some absolutely thrilled people. I think one of the people from Bowls New Zealand is very thrilled.
Oh, it'd be Mark Cameron and, ex CEO of Auckland Cricket.
And I think
Chris
Lander as
Landers.
well.
Chris Landers had a heck of a lot to do with it. We had Aaron Nurker working with us, who had
Yep.
lots to do with the cricket. So be happy days there for them. And we've got CEO of Bowls Auckland,
Yeah.
ex-cricket as well. So
Yeah, and I think Brendan Walton was very happy for a particular reason.
oh, okay.
He went for a particular odd that didn't really seem like it would happen. And in the meantime, what are we looking at? The bowl at, say, 4 o'clock?
Blue bowl will be holding on picking. I think Gary's drawn it. Yes, I understand Brendan will be buying tea tonight because...
For everybody, most
for
of
everybody,
Alexandra.
because I think the odds were fairly juicy. What did he pick then? New Zealand to win it.
He did. I think it was a high risk bet, which has come off.
Well done.
And of course, Bowls New Zealand does have a relationship now with the TAB.
Yep.
Yep.
And speak of the devil, he's just walked in. So
Gavin Johnson here with his bowl staying down quite low. That's Gary and
30 to
Angela Johnson up against
30 to
Viv
1.
and Murray Freeth.
oh, okay.
This one curving around nicely and sitting nicely. Touches the jack. Oh, that's a very nice shot. So the Freeths took the lead, courtesy of a 3 at the last end. Nice time to actually start coming through, isn't it?
Yep. This is one where you just try and peg it out on ones and get the position bowls in place that, you know, if you're going to drop anything, you only drop in one. So they're 2 down at the moment. But this isn't a million miles away. Just played a bomb. Brilliant. Viv Freeth, outstanding. 2 up to 4 down, not bad. I mean, they were 2 down to 4 up.
Isn't it amazing how things can change so quickly? And this is what we had, one of the other games, I think was in the 4s, where it was 6 or 7 up to 1 down.
Yep. Well, Gary's just going to run out of juice, I think. It's on a great line.
Yeah.
After playing that bomb, and Viv's asking Murray what to do.
Just score another one.
Oh, look at this. Just not trying. Somewhere close. Holding 5.
We got the backers.
So,
That would be a huge turn up to get 5 at this stage.
if
and
they
actually
can hang
move
on
ahead.
to it, but I'm picking Gary's going to be coming up there with
Think
big
something
weight.
big.
Probably more chance coming this way of hitting something.
Yep, giving it the big flick. And I think he's...
Cubs.
Oh, does he get onto that?
Oh,
No.
even if he had have clipped his own bowl there, who knows what damage it would have done by just ricocheting off everything.
Absolutely.
So we're looking at
5.
5.
5 for the Freeths at the moment.
That takes them up to 13. That is a huge
There's
lead right now.
4 bowls to come.
And I've just about updated the scoreboard anyway already. I was so keen. Give me that 5.
Oh, no. 4 to go. Excellent.
Busy typing it in. Got excited there with a 5.
There's potentially a 6, but...
Well, let's wait and see. You never know what's going to
well,
happen. I might
because
have to really
their
update
back
it.
bowl could be counted. They could be actually lying 6.
Okay. Yep.
See what he's going to do. Just anything over is going to be good. Yep. He stays up.
Good.
Okay, so he's got back bowls. That's a good bowl.
To be honest, Dan, do you want us to just try drawing for a starter?
Sure.
There is a pass through there.
Okay.
Looking to roll this one here up.
Oh, how that's not draw weight.
Well, that's gone too far.
Okay, so the Freeth are in excellent position at the moment, so Murray could probably even afford to draw one. Another one.
Just stop around here. Get a wee out a wee bit.
I'm not sure that I would have been drawing there at all. But different strokes for different folks. How's the speed? Potential. Oh, no, that looks short. Yeah.
Now you called the shot.
So we're probably 5 down.
There you go.
There you go, you heard it.
Same
What
thing,
is
looking for the flu bowl.
Angela Johnson got to do here?
Just drawing.
Make sure you're here.
There you go. Fairly simple.
Yep. Sort of an in-between shot. Got to get lucky. She's high.
Get in. Oh dear. Sorry, mate.
All right.
Well, you heard it. Sorry, mate. But in the meantime,
That's
One,
1, 2, 3, 4. 5.
okay.
A handful.
Okay, that's it.
Well anticipated there,
Good
Dave.
Oh,
Outstanding.
got it.
I'll see if you
Nice
can get
end.
see if you can get the score on this one up up to 4 bowls.
And we have the jack there placed. Well, what would you call that? About 2/3?
More 3/4 to long. It's,
I love the
sorry.
2/3, 3/4. I can never work out the difference.
Oh, yeah, no, it's just, it looks like about 5 feet short of the maximum there, so. But,
Then we have
the Freeth sort of got that wee mini break going there, so.
All right, so we've got 4 ends remaining, including this one.
Yep.
The maximum you can get is an 8, and I really feel we're not going to get that.
No.
Within these next 4, you would feel that, well, they're going to need, 2,
8's 2
2,
fours.
2, 2, just to make it to an extra.
Yep.
So it really needs to be a 3.
Yeah, there's got to be
One of
some
them.
numbers in
Yeah.
there, and what I tend to do in these sort of games now, it's you play mix and match. So wherever they put a bowl, you put a bowl. So you only ever going to be dropping one.
It's kind of a go for a draw in cricket approach, or a
Yep.
negative.
No,
It's
it's
just
just
negating.
it's just managing the situation so that you're not going to drop a number. Be happy with just a 1. But you don't need to cover, obviously, the short stuff. Looks like Viv thinks she's a bit wide. Yeah, Gary Gary's having a change of hand as well. He managed to probably block the draw. That's not the start that Gary would have been looking for.
How do you think when you are down by, well, in this case, 8?
Yeah.
Do you just think, do you change your strategy in your head?
Generally, what I'm looking to do: 4 ends to go, 8 behind, 4 twos, win the extra end.
Okay. So keep it simple.
Yep. 4 twos.
Don't think I need a 3, I need a 4.
If you pack the head up with lots of bowls, these good guys are just going to smack it and lose them all. So
Is
do it in
that
small
what
numbers.
Coach Kernahan would say?
Oh, who knows what he would say? But yeah, no, I'm pretty sure Mike would.
Yeah,
would
he'd
agree
be
with that.
say keep it simple in your
Keep it
head.
simple.
Don't complicate yourself with equations which are going to worry you.
Yeah, but it's more if you all of a sudden had 4 bowls or 5 bowls in a big clump. You saw Riker Gregory drive and stuff like that. He's just going to go and smash them to bits. And
I think it's just that he likes smashing something to bits.
Oh, he was the one that took us out in it, and he was sensational.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing. We're talking about Riker Gregory from Ngāruawāhia. He had probably one of the most chilled out, laid back approaches to bowls that I've ever seen.
Nothing worries Riker too much.
Very, very relaxed.
Yeah.
Did well with his team. I think I can't remember what round they made it through to in the end, but certainly quite a way.
Oh, they were beaten in the finals. So.
Yeah, and there we go. I'm trying to remember now. It seemed like so long ago.
Yeah,
It
but
really
it's
did.
he was outstanding, and in the final, all of a sudden he just missed.
Yeah,
a
actually
couple
there
of
was
drives.
one that he really was clear that if it had come off, possibly could have changed everything.
Yep. Yep.
And I believe that Riker came through similar time as McElroy, or
Yeah, there's
roundabout.
sort of in that sort of era. Yeah. Like Riker's. Yeah, like I know he's won schoolboy stuff and
Yep.
under 21 sort of stuff like that back in the day. So he's getting back into it, and he's just made the Maori side for the
Aotearoa side.
yeah, for the multi-nations. So yeah, he'll be good for that, and he'll be good for the young fellas too that are in the team.
Exactly. It's a great concept as well.
Yeah.
I love the concept because there are a lot of bowls is very popular in Cook Islands,
Yep.
Samoa, Fiji, etc. But also in New Zealand for the Aotearoa side, the selection team. I think there's also an under 26.
Under 26 New Zealand side, yes.
I believe it's 10 sides in the men at the moment and 9 in the women, which should become 10 as well. So
Okay.
a good number of teams.
It is. And yeah, and if they could start making an annual thing, because it's another, for under 26s, it just exposes them to a different level of
I'm
bowls
always
and-
confused, and I ask Alex about under 26 because it's such an interesting age to
Yeah.
actually pick as here's our age, under 26, when perhaps juniors or younger teams are considered 21s or
Yeah.
23s at the most.
Well, you can start bowls at 90 and you're a junior
Yeah,
bowl.
which is just
It's
brilliant.
bizarre,
I
isn't it?
love that. You've got to love it.
Yeah.
Here's a junior, and you may look at them and go,
Really?
You're a junior? Well, how do you get out of the juniors as such?
It's 5 years of bowls.
5 years.
5 years membership.
Okay.
Still speeding.
Part or their full year sort of thing. So it's but it's sort of it's a dated concept now, and like in terms of high performance, it's about
No?
some of the age group
Yeah,
stuff,
well, I
but
thought
it's
I
it's
took it
about
off
talent. You can have a player that's only played 2 years and full of potential, like young Mutu himself, 16, buff.
He's a great talent.
Yeah.
Nothing
And then
seemed to faze him.
Then you look at my late father, who played for 50 years, and he was still useless from the day he started to the end he finished, but he loved bowls.
Well, it's one of those things, though, for people, I guess like myself, I've enjoyed watching, enjoyed being around it, but sometimes you get too scared to compete because you want to be better than what you're probably going to end up.
Yeah.
And do I have the patience to spend all that time?
It's those that get bitten by the bowls bug, all of a sudden they're down there all the time. And it's a time-consuming sport because, like, national events and club events, club championships are whole days, whole weekends. So it can be a burden on family and a burden on work. And the ones that get it right get the balance of life, family, work and bowls. If you start giving too much to one or the other, something falls to bits sooner or later.
So we're looking at the combination here, and what we're seeing is...
A couple of shots to the Beckenham lot.
Really come on in these last, what is it, 4 ends, 3 of the last 4?
Throwing handy bowls round. Gary started to struggle a wee bit. He was saying in the last game that they played, they got absolutely smashed. And he says, he could have given me a pen, a bit of paper, and he still couldn't have drawn shot.
That's a great way of putting it.
He's really struggled. Here's another good bowl here if it finds a friend.
Oh, hard luck. That's a good bowl.
Right.
Are those ones there that low?
This one?
Yeah.
No, it's level. Yours is that in front.
If Gary doesn't draw this, it's going to be hard rotor. Oh,
You're trying hard.
and he looks a bit high.
Click off that.
You wouldn't have taken that, Angela, would you? 1.
So we think just 1?
Yeah, she's kicked out 1, so they're...
They're having a good look here in Murray, aren't they?
Well, Angela doesn't want to measure it. And
2 down.
Okay.
2?
She's really wanting
Yeah,
Murray to
definitely.
get on his knee to find out. So that's
Okay,
2 more. So that's 15-5.
All right, the Freeths take it up to 15. The Freeths against the Johnsons.
So all of a sudden 2 and in becomes 3 and in
Oh, it's
and a bit.
started to escape out, hasn't it?
Yep.
It's going to be very difficult now to come back.
Has been done.
Go. Just look at that score, 15-5, 3 ends. We're going to need a 3, 3 and a 4 perhaps. A couple of big 5s.
Well, they've just got to get started.
A couple of big 5s on the next 2 ends, and then we'll give them a 1 and after that.
Well, the classic was, what was it, the Taranaki Open? Peter Ballas 4 up playing the last with his team. Dropped to 5 to lose.
Oh, I wonder.
It happens to the best of them.
Wow, gee, I'm just thinking about what was said after that.
Not a lot for we
No, I think it was just a bit of, okay, you go and sit over there, you
bit of
sit over
social
there.
distancing going on.
Yeah, that's real social distancing. Who beat them?
The eventual winners, the young Taranaki side with, there was young guy Hewler, Ziddy, and I forget his first name, Cappy.
Okay, so a side
It was
that
a young side.
Right.
It was really, really good to see, and they play really well.
Good bowl.
You're that far through.
Well, that is a nice bowl for Angela Johnson with the pink bowls.
My
You can
apologies
see-
to the Taranaki guys. I just
Well, you could
I
ask
don't know.
you could ask Brendan Walton there, who'd know.
Yeah, oh yeah, yeah. What he did because he got beaten in the final, as he keeps telling everyone.
Yes, he does. He said he's the defending finalist of the. Like, how could you be a defending finalist?
First runner-up,
Yeah,
first
something like
loser,
that.
isn't it? But it was a good effort from Brendan and his side too. It was well done.
Yep. That much more.
There's a fair number of bowlers that start that.
What would be
Event.
the, aside from the Nationals, what would be the biggest in numbers tournament around the country?
Taranaki Open every
That-
day of
that
the week.
is, yeah.
It's bigger than, you know, like back in the day it was huge. But they're still getting big numbers now. But it's what is great about it is generally it's 4 mates going away for a week,
Yeah.
playing at least 4 days bowls, enjoying the Taranaki hospitality, and probably having the odd lemonade or two in between.
Time of the year is that usually?
Mid-January,
Okay.
mid to late January.
Well, New Plymouth or Taranaki is taking its place as the Sunshine City of New Zealand.
I saw that.
It's been certainly told to us by a few Naki people. Nelson was not overly happy about that, and I'm sure some parts of the South Island as well.
Have to admit I went down and played in the Taranaki Fours this year, and after copping the rain in the Nationals in Auckland and then all the weather that we had you know, 4 or 5 stunning days down there. It was really great. And then to go back home again and more rain. And then come down here and bring the rain with us.
Well, wherever you are, the weather's always there.
Yeah.
And it's something we can't help. We have to adapt to. Where is this going from Gary? Is he happy?
You get up past mine and you'll... Yeah, that's good, Gaz.
Oh, there you go. It's good, Gaz.
Yeah, it could be a couple of shots there, but nothing close yet.
And Viv Freeth here. They'd love to finish off their tournament with a win. Haven't won a game yet. Looking pretty good at the moment, though, Steve.
They had a couple of wins.
Did they?
Sorry.
They did.
Yep.
Oh, right.
But
They can't
it's always
make
got
the posts.
But they can't qualify.
Okay.
That's their mission's to upset someone, and at the moment they're doing a very good job of that.
And the Johnsons, if they lose this,
They're out. They're gone.
well, to drive back to Hokanui. I see you're getting a couple of texts there.
Oh yeah, Kay Bunn from Thames Coast. She's just being
Good
silly
again.
now, but she's picking on me, so
Yep.
I won't
Okay, we
mention her
won't go on
anymore.
that one then. That's fine.
And a good mate of mine, Robin Pritchard from Hawke's Bay, just informs me she's ex-Miller's Flat herself from way back in the day, part of the Pringle clan. I remember that. Oh, we could almost be related, Robin.
Small towns.
Yes.
And Viv Freeth again, the left-hander. And they have done very well in the last, well, 3 ends. Oh, she's not happy with that one. That's about as
No,
much
this is-
emotion as was seen. Just puts her
This-
hands up, sort of brushes it away.
Yeah, well, the Johnsons could be holding. Well, they got 3 here. Yeah, all in front of the jack.
What about the brown bowls
Oh, they look-
behind? Do you
They
think?
look fairly deep.
Yeah.
Track's great.
So what you're saying is that the Johnsons could prolong their loss, maybe?
Well,
And
if they
possibly turn it around.
if they get a number here, change the jack. You know, just keep doing it.
Switches the pressure, doesn't it?
It does.
Who would have the longest pre-delivery technique that you can remember? This is there someone who just takes so long that you just want to yell out, "Hurry up"?
Yep.
Can you name them?
And down.
Well,
Are
I
you allowed-
shouldn't do that.
Okay, all right. So there are some people there.
Oh,
Maybe if you don't
yep.
want to name them.
Yep. Yeah, no, there's some that you're not in for a quick game
Right.
when you play them. That they just have their pre-shot routine, and it works for them. But ooh, see a wee inside edge bang onto that. But okay,
Oh, is that it?
Ian Taylor used to have quite a long one. I mentioned him because he's Australian.
That's
Yeah,
all right.
it was one of the strangest deliveries you've ever seen, but man, could he bowl. He was outstanding.
I'm not sure if that's the player that Alex Reid mentions a lot, how he had a very unorthodox style.
Yeah.
I'm not sure, would that
That'll
be,
probably be him. You know, he just sort of,
that there's some YouTube clips of
yeah,
this style which sort of seems to be
yeah. I think
shaking
Alex
his
has.
arm.
Yeah, Alex has posted something on that.
Yeah.
That's right.
He
Yeah,
appears to almost shake his arm and then bring it around and
yeah.
in
5,
interesting
6,
fashion.
7 times before he lets the ball go. He used to come over here, play in the Southland Charity Piers and stuff like that. It was, and a good man, really good man, and a great bowler.
And hearing the coaching, Mike Kernahan with the Parajacks, the para bowlers,
Yeah.
and how to coach. This one goes past, not bad. But how, firstly, he asks them, what can you do, or finds out what they can actually do.
Yep.
And it's not about changing them, it's about developing.
Developing them and
What they
getting
can
them
do.
to be able to do it consistently, yeah. Had a bit to do with blind bowls. And, yeah, it's interesting, you know, to have that
So
conversation.
that's okay, is it? No. Got
pink.
2 pink, and we've got the speckled.
Speckled from the Freeth. Freeth is still holding. So when you talk to someone that's been totally blind since birth, how do you define a straight line?
That is a superb statement, and
And-
something that a sighted person has no comprehension of.
Yeah. Because I was doing some coaching and I said to the young lady, so you've been blind since birth? Yes. Okay, so do you know what a straight line is? No. And so, you know, how can you say, I need you to stay
Oh, look at that.
brilliant?
That's a 2 at least.
Yep.
What is a 2?
It is
The
2.
brown and the speckled green, or speckled
Yeah.
You can do a dead draw.
black.
Okay. How much room is there?
Not a lot, not a lot, Angela.
We're
Okay.
almost at the.
Oh, this is
You
game
can't
set
do
match.
anything.
This is Angela's, all she's got is a dead draw because she, all those bowls just in behind are a gunner. And she needs a slide. No,
Not enough.
it's 2 more. So that's 17-5. That's starting to get mathematically impossible, or improbable, certainly improbable.
Yeah. So let's have a look. That is through how many ends? 12 now, I believe. It is. Let's get our mouse up. It is. 17-5. I think this is where you would ask someone like Kernahan what he would do.
Oh, he wouldn't have a clue.
Standing right behind us.
us.
There we go, folks. Just in case you were wondering there.
Oh, he's in pinching the biscuits again. If it's
All
not
right.
biscuits, he's into the lollies.
It is.
Goodness gracious, Kernan, you're a disgrace.
17-5. The Freeths over the Johnsons. We're into the 12th of 14.
And Kearney going past, he says it's simple, you just got to draw the shot.
Viv Freeth has stayed very calm throughout this whole game.
Yeah,
There was just one sort of brushing it off time that we saw a little bit of
yeah, a
emotion.
couple of ends ago she was a bit,
Yeah.
she got a bit wayward, but soon back into her work.
And very much on this one as well.
Yeah, handy start.
Always curious about the bowl sitting upright
Yeah,
and whether it's going to actually fall and perhaps which direction. Sometimes it does go
out against the bias.
exactly.
Yeah, sometimes that's just if there's an indentation in the bowl, in the weed or in the
ball go.
base of the green, it'll make it fall inside out. Yeah, it could be
Like this blue one there should be falling in. It
Yep.
looks as though it's just, you can see on the angle there,
Yeah,
but it's
just different bowls do different things. It's got a wee bit to do with the green surface. These greens are quite lush, so they're the bowls are inclined
by
to stand
that
up.
you mean there's no brown patches?
Yeah, there's a bit of weed there for it, and that. So if they cut them down and start getting these running 20 plus seconds, then what they're used to.
And by weed, we should explain that we're not saying that there is just a clump of kikuyu grass or some other weed in the middle.
It's mainly a toto weed. It's a swamp weed.
Yep. It's a weed rather than a grass.
Yeah. It's got a broad leaf, so it's very popular around New Zealand.
Okay, toto.
Mainly a toto.
Whereabouts is that? That's just the northeast of here, is that right?
Yeah. Yep. The Maniatoto area.
Maniatoto.
So it's all part of.
What club would be closest to that?
You're out into the Waipiatas and Paddy Rowers and.
But then, why would you use the same surface in somewhere such as Tauranga, Auckland, Northland?
Well, it does grow there for a start.
But it's so much. I mean, there's so much more humidity.
Yep. And
rainfall, etc.
That's the skill of it. One of the beauties of the why South Island greens are so good is the frost.
Yeah.
Frost kills all the bugs and everything on the like on that, but the weed survives. It doesn't grow, but it doesn't die as a result of the cold and the snow and the ice. And it's just a consistent.
But then in Tauranga or Auckland, Whangarei,
yep,
it's so much moisture in the air all year.
Yep. So in terms of the chemicals you use to maintain it.
Oh, lovely bowl, Murray.
Having a look here at Angela Johnson. She gets ready with the pink bowl. But the Freeths looking very strong to take this. And I believe we have a little bit of news there. Steve, what's the message we've got through?
Oh, it's just Gary coming in and just because it's a TV game, he's wanting to shake hands probably after this end if they don't score. Just checking whether he has to play it right out for us. So I've gifted him the opportunity to
to shake hands.
To shake hands
okay.
And go and drown his sorrows probably.
He just disappeared off the greens there to come in and tell you. I think they can see, particularly that we have Murray Freeth just quite close.
Right on the jack, yeah.
Bring it across.
Angela wants to play out this end, of course, as you should. After that, well,
there's a new law coming into the game.
So April the 1st, just
April
to make it
1st,
silly.
Yes.
Oh,
it's no joke, folks.
No. It's rather ironic it's coming in at that time.
Who thought of that?
For a launch date, it's not one of the better ones of anything, is it?
So what is this new law?
So as soon as the game becomes mathematically impossible, it must stop.
Must stop.
Yeah.
Okay.
I've seen games where with potentially 20 shots on the available, and they're 30 behind and they keep playing. Sort of thing, and you go, really? Yeah.
That's
front
nice.
two anyway.
That's
and
beautiful.
One and behind there. That's theirs.
Wow.
So it's not looking good here for the team.
And Murray
Team
Freeth is
Johnson.
going to be very happy that his bowls just, dead on the jack.
Yeah. And I'm sure he's saying to himself, why couldn't we have bowled like that all the time? This is going to change. Oh, no, it's not. Gee whiz. That looked like I was going to clip that bowl.
I think that's Angela.
Sure. Yes, I can see the Freeths going, if we only bowled like that, we, instead
I
of
think
3-3 record, we could have a 4-2. They've played very well.
Yeah.
Been impressed.
Yeah, all credit to them there.
Yeah.
It was fairly tight to start with each team going 1 for 1 just about, or one end for one end. And then they just crept out. Did we have it was a 5 or certainly a 4 in there?
Yeah.
There was a 5 actually.
Yeah.
When you get a 5 thrown in there, it just
But a 40
lifts
inning
you.
game is not a lot. You don't have too many innings to get that back.
Now, if you were
Not a million miles away again here, girl.
Come on.
You got a bit of it.
bit of the encouragement.
Oh.
Now, if you were Gary Johnson here and that you felt that you'd lost it, do you want to just go for a big drive?
You could finish in a blaze of glory.
I think
There's a
that's-
song about that, isn't it?
I think that is Gary's intent. If I can't win it, I'm going to smash it. Not perhaps
Yeah,
to get it
but-
replayed, but I don't know.
Yeah, the danger of that is when you know, and then you got to play another end.
Yeah, so maybe he doesn't want that.
Yeah.
Both.
Probably Angela just needs to hide the jack from him to stop him doing that, actually.
Exactly.
So, you know, she can play up there just a little bit of weight, just tuck it in behind the bowls.
So Viv Freeth up to the mat. It looks as though they've got the winner all set up. Oh,
Well, it stays alive. It's not all bad there. Yes, Gary could drive it in the ditch for one. But he's on the draw. It's just going to wander.
so from the Beckenham Bowling Club in Christchurch, the Freeths.
Yep.
Up against the Johnsons from Hokanui in Southland.
Absolutely. I'm sure they might be putting a few replays at the Beckenham Bowling Club
I think they'll
on the
love this.
TV when some club members
Also
are
on
down.
YouTube as well.
Yep. Just to get it off that from their smart TV. Just
So potentially the last bowl for Gary Johnson.
he's trying to draw. Yeah, if he moves it back a couple of feet, he's potential, but
Trying
not
hard.
gonna.
Give it a push. Push it through. Oh,
Well,
thank
that's
you. Thank
There
you.
we
that's
go.
game, set, and match. So that's it.
The handshake. And
18,
it
1
is-
for 17 becomes 18. 18-5 to the Freeths from Beckenham over Gary and Angela Johnson. So I thought it was a good game. Some good bowls played there.
And I think a nice
obviously
little,
good spirit as well.
nice little comeback
It was a
of
good game.
sorts
Played well.
there by the Freeths as well.
Yeah.
And for you, Steve, these two matches that we've seen, I think you've quite enjoyed them. They've been entertaining in their own particular right.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
And it's been great to have you in for us today for the Summerset Mixed Pairs here at the Alexandra Bowling Club. Thank you very much to you, Steve Beale, and also to the people behind the scenes and everybody around the clubs. And we do have some highlights coming up as well, so we'll look forward to those.